A Viking landing craft launched nearly a year ago that has traveled nearly 500 million miles is scheduled to set down on the surface of Mars at 7:53 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Science editor Jules Bergman reports on the mission and its potentially cosmic importance.
The first thing we're likely to see after Viking 1 touches down is Martian soil. It may look like this Earth's sand. More likely it will not. The camera will shoot the surface at the base of this footpad, enabling scientists to immediately analyze the depth of dust or soil found on Mars. This is the test lander here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It does most everything the real Viking does, except it is here, not there. The second picture will be a panoramic view of the Martian surface. Other devices aboard will measure winds on the Martian surface and its temperature. A miniature seismograph will tell us if there are Mars quakes. 8 days after landing, the sample collector, alias the scooper, goes to work. It looks like a baby steam shovel and scoops up a handful of soil, dropping it into 3 miniature biological testing laboratories. The 3 labs, all combined into this package, would take up 3 full rooms here on Earth. It cost $50 million and has 40,000 electronic parts. By searching in several different ways, it can show us if there are any life processes or microbe-sized forms on Mars as we understand them. Early tomorrow morning, the lander will be separated from the orbiter and head down to the Martian surface. Using a heat shield for braking, then a parachute, and finally small rocket engines with many nozzles so as not to stir up dust on the surface, Viking should land safely right here, about 600 miles west of the original landing site, which looked too rough for the 1,300-pound spacecraft. By tomorrow, we should begin to know the answers to questions about life on Mars that have mystified mankind for thousands of years. This is Jules Bergman, ABC News, at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Pasadena.
That's the news. I'm Harry Reasoner. Good night.
This has been ABC News with Harry Reasoner.
When Viking sent the first color pictures from Mars, the sky looked blue. Now earthly...
Terrestrial life, life on Earth, carries a trademark revealed by biochemical analysis. All living things on Earth are composed of combinations of molecules, some as simple as water, which is fundamental to life as we know it, others of great complexity. One of these combinations, proteins, forms the enzymes that direct the complex chemistry of life. Another, nucleic acids, are genes contained in chromosomes, the basic unit of life. These combinations of molecules distinguish living things from non-living systems. One other element needed to make a living system work is a method of reproduction. DNA is a molecule containing the genetic message, the blueprint for future generations. This genetic code is the same for all living creatures, for all life, which means that there is really only one form of life on Earth.
If there is life on Mars, then there will be a simply fabulous expansion of the perspective of the biologist. Because all the organisms on the Earth, even though they seem to be different, are fundamentally the same. Their chemistry is all identical. And they're just wrapped in different kinds of wrappings. Us bacteria and us people and us plants and us protozoa, we're all the same on the inside. Now the question is, are Martian organisms the same on the inside as us? Is life everywhere, does it have to be the same as us? Or are we just one example of a vast array of possible kinds of biochemistries? Well, there's no way for us ever to answer that question, no way for us to determine the generality of life on Earth, except by looking for life elsewhere. And the nearest candidate planet is surely Mars.
In 1976, 2 Viking spacecraft will place landers on the surface of Mars. One major objective is to search for life in the Martian soil.
But what kinds of life forms might cope with the special problems of Mars? The Mars atmosphere allows deadly ultraviolet radiation from the sun to penetrate to the surface. Life forms on Mars may have silica shells to protect them against the radiation. We know that Mars is very dry. life forms on Mars may have developed special ways of preserving their water content, and those forms may not look familiar to us. I can even imagine forms of life having leaf-like structures, oriented by the sunlight, possibly of unusual colors. This is one of the reasons that we want to have color in our cameras. I could imagine a kind of plant. A plant is perhaps how one would identify it, that is indeed an ice eater, with fine root-like structures, searching not for liquid water, but searching the permafrost, reaching down to get at that ice. Another solution to the problem of water might be an organism that eats rock, one that literally picks up the rock, eats the water, and spits out the rock. An imaginative idea, but not wholly ridiculous. We don't know of such creatures on Earth, but it is possible, and people have speculated along those lines. We're not quite sure how to search for life on Mars. We do the obvious. Microorganisms, the small creatures, are always associated with higher forms of life, so it's microorganisms we're searching for. A small microbe could adapt itself possibly to the cold Martian winter, to the dry Martian summer, to hostile Martian atmosphere, or even to the sub-zero temperatures of the Martian night.
This is a full-scale model of the lander spacecraft. This device contains a 10-foot extendable boom. It reaches out, picks up a soil sample, and returns it to an instrument inside the spacecraft, which will then perform 3 life search experiments. The first experiment will assume that Martian life is similar to Earth life. It uses Martian soil and Martian atmosphere. The soil is soaked in a liquid containing a large quantity of water with a mixture of foodstuffs used by microscopic life on Earth. If Martian life forms eat the nutrients, they should excrete gases in the process, as do microorganisms on Earth. This will change the gases in the test cell. Any changes will be detected and will be evidence of life processes. The second experiment is half Martian and half Earth. The soil sample is moistened with only a little water containing foodstuffs that scientists think exist on Mars. The foodstuffs are tagged with radioactive carbon-14. If life processes take place, then carbon gases released in the process will contain the radioactive tracer and can be detected. The third experiment is based on Martian conditions. It uses Martian soil, Martian atmosphere with scarcely any moisture, to which is added radioactive carbon gases, and simulated Martian sunlight, minus the ultraviolet radiation. If Martian life forms are growing and multiplying in the Martian soil, it is assumed they would use some of the Martian atmosphere in the process. The atmosphere, tagged with carbon-14, should be metabolized into the bodies of the life forms. After allowing time for life processes to take place, heat will be used to break down solids into gases. Detection of carbon-14 in those gases will be evidence of a life process.
It always happens in the history of science that as your perspective broadens, you learn more about what you left at home as well as what you went out to seek. And so it may be that in the long term, the greatest boon to science and to mankind from the exploration of Mars will come in terrestrial biology. It's just a speculation on my part, but I think there's a good chance that that will be the case.
We have seen the planet Mars, in one sense, for the first time through the eyes of Mariner 9. And it was not quite what we had expected. How can a planet bear the scars of great raging floods and the gentle tracing of rain when liquid water on its surface vanishes into thin vapor or congeals into solid ice? The possibility now of large amounts of frozen water on Mars may hold the answer to one of man's basic questions. Has life developed only on Earth, or is there life elsewhere? Mariner 9 has given us fresh confidence that the answer might be yes, and has told us where to look. The landing sites for Viking are now neatly inscribed on our new maps of Mars. And in 1976, the search begins.
Okay, I'm on mute. Not sure what sound is happening. Probably that. Turn that off. I'm going to play some Amboy Dukes from 1974. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Very nice, very nice. Oh, let's see. I don't want this to be too loud. I'm just going to kick on that off. So, yeah, it was kind of the only stuff, because I remember them playing those videos in school, like, you know, in science class, where I was indoctrinated into the into the solar system model. But that was like some of the only stuff. But I mean, and I wonder if it's like if I didn't if I wasn't into like I was into the Star Trek stuff, the fantasy stuff as a child before I really knew. So it's interesting if I think back at the way I've pieced things together. I'm going to try to basically build. Not sure if yeah, no, good to see you, Timothy, brother. Let me know if this music, I have this turned down. If I turn it up a little bit, but if that's like too loud for my voice, if you're there, I might just try to turn it down really low. Because I'd rather it be too low than too high. But I could also try to talk loud. So yeah, I'm going to try to build the Viking probes from scratch. Because I'm doing the 70s all out of order, which is probably a mistake. I should have just ordered them and just did them. But I was just kind of like, well, I'll do Skylab, and then do Mariner, because and I just realized that there's another Mariner probe that was sent to Venus and Mercury at this time. The first probe sent to Mercury. So depending on how long this goes, you know, do something like that. But as long as I end up doing stuff rather than just yakking. But yeah, this was my Mariner 9 sent to the Mars. Let me see if I can fast forward it and make it get closer to the planet. So, because I just realized, because the other day I was kind of messing around and I did the moon, the Russian lunar rover, and I landed that on the moon, and I realized that part of the design that I made for the landing part of it looked very similar to the Viking Martian lander. So hopefully it won't take so long to design it. Or this is just going to be a really boring stream. Not that it won't necessarily be boring anyway, but because the rocket that launched the Viking probes, I need to design that as well. Although I've kind of halfway designed that already, because that was launched on a Titan 3, which is sort of like a Titan 2. I mean different engines, upgraded stuff, and along with two side boosters that were solid rocket side boosters. What is, or solid propellant rather? Just going all the way over there. How long is that supposed to be taking? It's a couple days in the game. I just want to get a nice, good close-up shot of the planet. Well, so yeah, so I'm definitely going to go and try to design the. I might do launch a Skylab mission, just because I want to use the Skylab space station that I made. Matter of fact, I'm going to go to that now. I'm just going to launch another Skylab thing before, because I'm really mixing up my 1970s, because the Viking probes were launched in August 1975. So I'm already doing stuff from 1975. The very last Skylab mission was November 1973. So I'm just going to do a Skylab mission one more time, because that means the next time I do something, I'm going to probably just deorbit Skylab, because there was only a few missions to Skylab. That's right, I forgot. There's also, around the same time, what was known as the Apollo-Soyuz test project, where it was a great coming together of the Soviets and the United States in cooperation in space, where the Apollo capsule was launched and the Soyuz Russian manned capsule, spacecraft rather, was launched, and then they had like this little converter that made their spaceships compatible, and it was very nice. But yeah, that was called Apollo-Soyuz, or ASTP, on the test project. And that launched in 1975 as well, July 1970. So that was a month before the Vikings. So even if I go ahead and design these Viking right now, I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna let myself get away with not doing the Apollo-Soyuz project. So now that I'm thinking about that, I don't know if I'm going to have that supersede the last. Let's see, what year was that? 75. And the last Skylab was November 73. Okay, well, let me not get myself in a rush. I mean, I did kind of title this with the Viking probe, but that's just going to have to be what's up. So, yeah. Because there's also Mariner. Is it Mariner 10? Because Mariner 9 was launched to Mars. Mariner 10 was launched to Venus and Mercury. And that is actually before, I think, all this stuff. But I'm not going to worry about that just yet. I'm going to get one of these Apollo guys. Now, by the time the Apollo moon landings ended, they had leftover Saturn rockets. Now they had the smaller Saturn rocket, because the last usable, really huge Saturn V rocket, that's what they launched a Skylab on to get that thing up into orbit. But then when they launched the I'm not sure how loud that actually is. When they launched the they had a smaller Apollo rockets, which I'm really not finding right now. Saturn. Here we go. 1B, 1B2. Hopefully that all works when I do that, when I launch this. It should. This was a pretty solid rocket, I remember. So, yeah. So, because you didn't need this big giant Saturn V. So this was the Saturn 1 that they still had a bunch of those. And so they launched 3 missions to the American Space Station Skylab. The last of those missions being November 1970. What did I say? November 1973. So I'm going to do that right now. Oh, this is bad. Look at this. I have a lunar rover in there. I don't want a lunar rover in there. I could have swore I had a mission. It was Spy Lab. There's my original Spy Lab thing. And Saturn. Did I name that wrong? I think I did. Yeah, it's the Saturn V. I might just have to actually. Let's see. See, that's better because that doesn't have a lander. All right, do I have struts attached? Yes. Yeah, this should be fine. I remember I had a problem. I have to make sure. Yeah, this doesn't even have a separator. I need to just do some quick fixes on this before I go any further. We need a stack separator, which would be a disaster, like has happened before. Oops, come on. Which one is it? Oh, we're also probably going to want a heat shield before that. Throw a heat shield. We're going to do a separator. And then we got that part. Command module. Do I even have parachutes on this? I was about to send up this death trap. What are we, the Soviet space program? Kerbiets. No. Do I have parachutes? I don't see any parachutes. Let's get some parachutes. Nope, too small. 3 of these. 2, 3. Let's embed those inside there. I don't want to put it over. Is that a window? Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to dip them within so that they don't get to, but they should still function. Let's hope they do. Otherwise, the guys are going to have to bail out. All right. Let's just leave it at that. Change some staging over here. That's at the top of the staging. All right. This thing is going to be down there. So the top part's an escape capsule. So if something happened, it would actually detach all this and theoretically fling it away from the spacecraft. But at a certain point, it's useless when you are at a certain height. All right. So I'm just going to call this Spy Lab 2. So I'm not sure if I actually have the original. I know I've sent up these things to Skylab before. Okay. So we got these little thrusters. Do we have... Let's see if we can take a look inside of this thing. I don't know if I actually have... what you call it? Monopropellant fuel. Can I see it? Well, if I don't, I'm going to put some more. And if I do, I'm going to put some more. Where is the fuel tanks for that? That's too big. Or no. I could put them right in there. Should I put... That's fine. Alright, now we got that. So I don't have to worry about it. And this has its own fuel. Good. It's got its own stuff. Good. We need a radio. These Apollo things. You know, I want to think that these had different... this was kind of representing what's called the... what you call it? wide range or high gain antenna, which they didn't really need it so much unless they were on the moon. But I don't remember what that was supposed to really look like on these Skylab programs. So I'm just going to use the same thing that I used on the other ones. I'm just going to put a couple of these guys with that. And 3 for my little version of this. My little version of the Apollo capsule. Boop, boop. And we're gonna slide that over. There we go. And our 3 astronauts are gonna go in there and be able to talk to ground control. Retract. Retract. All right, do we want to worry about putting any science on there? Oh no, we're going up to the space station to get the science. Oh goodness, let's get this fairing. Oh, that's kind of exposed. We're gonna have to, can we cover that up? I don't know if that's gonna fare very well. That antenna like that. Well, it is. Let's see, will it let me cross over it? If it doesn't, I'm gonna have to do something about those darn antennas that I just put there. Okay, that's no problem. We can just tuck them inside. So we can still get them to come out from the thingy. I'm not that pressed on these things anyway. Because back in the earlier game that I played on this, I cared more about the details. But at this point, it's just I want to make this stuff just function. More utilitarian. All right, why is this not wanting to do its thing? Let's go out about there. Something is not. All right, there we go. We got the blue thing. Close the fairing. That's fine. That's fine. And yeah, I'm fairly certain they just use kind of a dummy module for that section, for these launches. And interesting bit of note, one of the Skylab's missions, I think it was 3, or no, maybe 2, actually, hey man, I appreciate it, if you're still listening. Hope you have a good and safe weekend. Oh, they're perfectly safe for the Kerbal motherland. They are all heroes. Nice tech separator. Got the right flag up. There. All right. Launch. Our regular launch pad. Uh-oh. We need to embezzle some funds. Jeez. Go. Okay. Now we're gonna launch. Oh, yeah. I forgot to check and see who's launching up there. Okay, so let me think about this schedule here, because I'm guessing the Viking probe is gonna have to be the headliner. Very cool, very cool. Oh, what's going on down there? All right. Anyway, I didn't want to send up Valentina and Jerry. Jerry's a pilot from the World War II Kerbals. Let's revert that flight. Revert back to the assembly. I gotta put that fairing back on there. Now, because I simply have the space station in an equatorial orbit, so it's just in a nice perfect circle around the center of the globe. And so and this launch site just happens to be right where the equator is. So it's fairly simple to just launch and point in the correct direction as per the navigational ball. And get something into orbit and rendezvous. Okay, since that was messed up, let's check the staging. There, rockets, this thing, that's gonna go. That's our next thing, and this is our next thing, and that's our next thing, and that's gonna go, and all that. Okay. Why don't we just save that? Launch. It says launch party. Launch party. Lunch party. Sorry, I'm starting to get the. I think I should. Hear the coffee machine calling me. Oh man, these Kerbals. Okay, one more time. One more time. I need to just put the right Kerbals in there. I can't have Russian Kerbals. It's gonna bug me. Or Kerbals with Russian names or German names. Bill's cool. Bill wants to go. Bill can go. He's an engineer. We're gonna send Gordon and Mike. Okay. I hope this is a correct version of the Saturn one. That's gonna work because I just had it. That bottom part looks kind of hoopty. We'll see. Those bottom engines are pretty powerful. I think we'll be able to make it. We'll be getting into it. Oh no, man! I know you said you were going down to the south of the south winds. Well, I'm sure they had a great reason for the delay. Warp to sunrise. But yeah, just jump on a rocket and get there in a couple of minutes. 20 minutes from anywhere on the Earth in 20 minutes, about. If you do it right. Yeah, I imagine the air traffic is very hectic around that entire area. All right, let's take a look at my space stations. Oh, and I believe I'm gonna have to launch the Russian space station. I'm gonna have to look and see when they deorbited the other ones too. Like there's a lot of stuff with the Russian space stations. There's so many Russian space stations. All throughout the 70s and 80s, and of course, I mean, there's the Mir station in the 80s. That's the one that was sort of represented in the movie Armageddon. The Russian space station, the one that just they blew up unceremoniously because they got the Soviet guy out of it. Although the Mir station was up. Yeah, there's Spylab. There they are. So it's about 85 miles up. So we're going to try to launch probably higher than 85 miles. And then, because we'll be in a different altitude and in a different orbit, we'll be spinning around the Earth at different speeds. So eventually we'll get angled up or lined up properly to where we can just make the shortest amount of booster boost and then, nudge right over to where they're at within the proper angle and the proper orbital, whatever, angular, whatever. This is not supposed to be educational. I categorize this under entertainment. Let me set that as target so we can actually see it above. Well, right now it's on the other side of the Earth. Actually, let me wait. Let's see, because I'm going to wait until this thing down here at this navigational wall. This thing should at some point. Now it's on the direct other side of the planet. I'm going to fast forward this time until it gets. Oh, wow, that was quick. Let's try that again. There it goes. So now I can see this thing is approaching. It's going to be overhead the actual Skylab space station. Now it doesn't matter too much because we're still gonna. Okay, let's get it going. We're gonna launch, activate the stability assist system. Those rockets are just too powerful. Oh dear, got out a bit. Yeah, I think this is one of the iterations because they had all these extra Saturns sitting around. Yeah, I'm still tempted to get the Kerbal too, but I really just don't want to mess. Oh wow, that was way quick. This must. I don't think this is going to be a functional. No. Whoa. Interesting. I might just supersede this Skylab mission for the moment. Because that. So I thought that had a problem. So do I want to bother troubleshooting that or just move on to the next thing? But don't want to particularly scrub it though. So let me see again. So that was a Saturn 1. I had a Saturn 1B and a Saturn 1B2. Yeah, this is the one that I should have done all this stuff on it. Although I had this. All right, well, whatever. I'll just take this off. Instead of messing around, let's get rid of this. Because that was the only reason I didn't use this version of it. That's because it had this lunar lander on it. Let's get rid of that lunar lander. And we need to put a dummy thingy here. Which... no, that's too... That I used for the other thing. One of these. I think it was an empty fuel tank. One of these empty fuel tanks. Oh, that's too big. So this thing? No. Let's try that. Well, I think this is that's fine. Doesn't matter too much. All right, empty that, empty that. No, I want it to be smaller because it's not gonna, yeah. Empty, empty. Doobie doop doop doop. This is... Nope. Nope, that's too big anyway. Yeah. All right, we'll put that. And then we'll just... Isn't that... Oh, that one. This part's taking way too long. Right, we don't need to worry about that disconnecting there. We just need to get that fairing connected right there. Right there. Boom. Actually, is that fine? Yeah, that's fine. All right, another fairing right here. Boom, 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 boom. Nope. I saw the blue. There we go. That's fine. All right, so we got that going. We got that. Then we got explosion here. That's going to go off. And we're going to have all this stuff going off. Let's make one for our emergency. And do I actually have parachutes? Yep. Good. I still forgot to put... All right, this stupid thing with the... One, two, three. Let's put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee. I hope this music doesn't get this stream taken down. I mean, it's not really from anything. It's like from a live show that that doesn't seem to be. I mean, I can assume it's something. I'm not going to detect it and monetize it. I mean, I can see the stuff is still there. Space for idiots, sort of things. Idiots. I think this is a safe place. Try to make it a safe place. Smarty pants. Well, smart Alex. I don't know about the smarty pants. All right, let me double check my crews. You can't have the Russian woman's. Bill's gonna go. Jerry German butt ain't going. So we're gonna send Mike and. Do we have a Tom? We don't have a Thomas, a Tommy astronaut. Here, it's a Thomas. Maybe a pilot. Where are they at? Kerbals? Create a Kerbal. Thomas. Kerbin. First time I made this game, you can go in and you can edit like the files. Like you can really edit their names and edit their last names, so their last names aren't all Kerman. Yeah, pilot or scientist or tourist. We're not really at the term of space tourist yet. Yeah, we'll just we'll send the new guy up. Oh, where'd he go? Tease? Or is there actually? Do I already have one made? Did that give me an error? Okay, I actually do have a Thomas out there then. Oh well, we're gonna send Neil. Launch. All right, put it now. I bet you I forgot something. I know I forgot something. Let me think here. We had the parachutes. The capsule will separate. Yeah, and after I do this, I'll try the Apollo-Soyuz test project. Yeah, because with all the parts I don't have, it can't. It really shouldn't take long to design the Viking lander, because pretty much, I think it looks, at least with the Kerbal parts, it looks very similar to the Soviet lunar lander, which I already have made. Oh, where is the Skylab? There's an actual song called Skylab by I don't think it's the same monks as the 60s. Set that as target. A band called the Monks. But they're considered a punk band. Not sure if they're the same ones. That like if you look up the Monks from they were 1965, I think, in Vietnam, or they were stationed in Germany at the time that they made the band. They're very. All right. So anyway, what am I? So this is. I want to wait for. I can see on the ball. I can see where the where the what you call it, the space station up there is. I want to wait for it to get close to being above me, just for reference. There it is. Now it's right above me. Well, I can't. Obviously, you can't see it. All right, let's get this thing launched. I wonder if we're going to get in orbit from inside the spacecraft. Once I make sure I got it. Whoa! I got the nav ball. Yeah, this thing is cruising. And I look at my informations. At this point, my apoapsis is 10 miles, but I'm only... can I see where I actually am at right now? I don't think so. It's starting to get dark out there. I'm going to start tipping over my... Here, buddy. Get the planet out there. It's pretty nice. Whoa. Like, watch. Keep your eye on the ball. Oh, we gotta drop off that thingy. What is this? Oh, no. Alright. Now what? I'm gonna have to go out because, we gotta make sure. I don't want to do this. That's the wrong one. This one has got to go along with... Let's see, we got that and that. That's good. But then this guy... Which one is it? Which one is it? There we go. Okay. This is all we're trying to do. Boom. Okay, and now... There we go. And let's get ourselves a nice little angle. Yeah, we can do that from in here. Because we got the nav ball. You can see the angle. I can see the numbers down there. Okay, I'm going, now that's still going to get me in about an 80. So I wanted to go above the station. Easier. And probably a decent amount of it. Over 100, maybe about 120 apoaps. I still am tipping over enough to be increasing my lateral velocity. This is not very... Oh, he thinks it's exciting from in here. Yeah, space out there. Are we actually... We are in space at this point, technically. These dudes. Again, we're not in orbit. We're in just a parabolic trajectory, like a bullet. But eventually it's going to go around the Earth fairly soon. So we're going to do... And the idea is to do that before you run out of fuel. And the idea is that you're continuously increasing your speed nonstop. Rifle bullets don't do that. If they did, they would... Well, I don't know what they would do. Theoretically go into orbit. So this is... I'm going to slow down a bit. Or I could just... Let me just do it this way. I don't want to go... Trying to increase... I can change... I want it to be a circular type of orbit. At this point... Yeah. Stopping it and starting it. So circularize at next thing. Apoapsis. So we're going to do that. It's going to take 8 seconds if we have the spacecraft wait to get to the top of our arc. And so there's our target, which is Spy Lab over there. And then we are going to be on a higher angle. I mean, a higher orbit. once we actually get ourselves into proper orbit. I mean, technically we're in a orbit, but not a proper orbit. Now we're in a proper orbit. And actually, I kind of want to experiment here. Well, let's see. I do need this. Get rid of this. Just deploy that. So I kind of want to get this thing in off the atmosphere, or I mean, into the atmosphere and crash it. Like, because just I think it would be fun. And then use the thrusters on this guy to, because I think that's what they actually did. Like, in other words, I'm gonna decrease our orbit so where we're dipping, like if we don't re-increase it, we're gonna crash. All right, done. That's why the camera just changed. And now I'm gonna detach that side. Boom, boom. All right, and now we, as a spacecraft, got to get back into orbit here. So let's flip back around, prograde. Oh dear, we can't hit that. So let's. All right, well, the idea is I want to kind of switch back. So now this other thing is going to go bye-bye. Let's see, if I circularize, if I tell this to circularize right now, at a fixed time now, activating that engine. Shouldn't take much. There goes that guy. Oh, wow, that killed a lot of our fuel, dude. Or did I not have a lot of fuel in here anyway? That's not a lot of fuel. I shouldn't really need a lot of fuel, but wowzers. All right, and here's this guy who's no longer in orbit. Yeah, just for fun, I'm going to let this guy just kind of fall into the atmosphere because it's fun. And I'm going to go get some coffee real quick.
Thank you. Land it. To me. No, to you.
All right, this thing is taking its time to crash. I wonder if it's even going to burn up in the atmosphere here. Because that thing has got to be, although it's still going to crash in any case. It's still going pretty fast. It's not slowing down too much, which means something's gonna explode. If you fast forward it, it kind of messes with the heat physics. Although it's slowing down at this point, so it doesn't look like it's even going to get hot enough to. See, that's one thing. When I used to play to make it slightly more challenging, boosting up the heat. Now it's heating up. Not quite enough to do anything. I think I used to like crank it up by like 20%. Although it depends on the it does work, the physics of this game. Got the angles, like how shallow you're coming in as far as like what kind of friction you're gonna. I mean, it's not perfect, I'm sure. But yeah, I can see that this is slowing down to the point that let's just fast forward it up. It's not going to heat up enough to explode. It's just going to hit the ground at some point. All right, so let's go back to my stupid little spacecraft. There's that guy falling, no longer in orbit. The spacecraft is... There you are. Oh, I forgot to rename it. Can't switch to vessels while in the atmosphere. Uh-oh, I gotta let it crash. Oh man, whoa. We're still at the above the clouds. Let's just fast forward through that. Cover vessel. There's some piece of it left. That's crazy. Go back to our tracking station. So the Apollo-Soyuz test project is what I think. I don't know. I might do that one next time. Even because again, if I'm not specifically trying to worry about the chronological order of this stuff, rather than just doing what they did, because that's the thing. Like I said, the test project happened before the Viking probes were launched. Although, again, I can just... It wouldn't take long to make an adapter and to just do it right after I do this. But they're very similar. So I probably should have just foregoed the Skylab mission. But again, there aren't a lot of Skylab missions, so... How come this won't detach? Oh, I see. I have to undock from it. Interesting. All right. Now, here's our target. Now I'm just going to use the old computer over here to... Let's see. What is it worth doing a Hohmann transfer? How long would that take? Let's see if I just change simple coplanar. 2 hours. Didn't say anything about the burn time. I wonder why. It's like assuming we're out of fuel. Are we out of fuel? We have. Not a lot of fuel. We have plenty of monopropellant. Burn time 1 second. Okay. Let's remove that. Let's create it again. Let's just create it and execute. So it's going to fast forward us through 2 hours of time until we're in the perfect angle, orbital angle, in relation to, because again, we're spinning, here's the space station, Spylab, we're spinning orbiting at different speeds because one's orbiting lower and one's orbiting higher. So the lower one's going to be going faster and the higher one's going slower, relatively. And so kind of like the hands on a clock, where eventually, they're going to be at the particular angle apart from each other to where it's going to be the optimal distance where you're not using a lot of fuel, and then when you intercept, you are not going so fast that just the best way to do it. And if anybody's on like the East Coast, like I'll talk about the capsule stuff, because the East in Washington D.C. there's the Air Space Museum, which has a Apollo-Soyuz mock-up hanging. I mean, it's really low. I mean, it's like right there, like it's hanging from the ceiling, but it's. Oops. Really tempted to just turn off that monitor. All right, how much longer we got on this? About 3 seconds. But it's worth it, because it's only going to give us a 1 second burn with our giant engine here. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a weight problem that the ship had. I gave it such a little amount of fuel. But that's just the one kind of fuel. So at this point, we should be on heading where somewhere along our. I think I just heard a car accident or something, or a gunshot or something. I will be right back. Actually, I just remembered 4th of July is like in a couple of days. And yeah, duh. I'm going to. Do I have anything good for the musics? I had this. So I need something innocuous enough that it's not going to take stuff down. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know. Let's see here really quickly. Something that's long enough. Usually live shows are pretty good. But yeah, that went really fast, as they will. Here's another one. Here's a live show from 1974. There's a bunch of these. That's why I chose these, because I saw these. I was like, whoa. Okay, good. All right, so anyway, we're on our way to Spylab. So as you can see, Spylab's over here. So we're floating above it. Certainly can't see it from far away we would be. We're going to fast forward time to all the way on the other side here. It is. You're going to be intercepting very closely. So I'm going to tell the computer to match velocities with target at the closest approach. create and execute. That's a 2-second burn. That will basically make us catch up to it and then slow ourselves down. I should have put the Skylab song on. I'll do that when I deorbit Skylab. Skylab. Where is it? I should see it. What the? I see it. Oh, there it is. 10 miles away. Oh, what? What? Let's get a little bit closer. Closest approach. Execute. It's getting crazy out there. Unless I don't hear any ricochets. Will that do it? Create and execute. All right, how close are we to Monsieur Skylab? Closest approach. All right, so now we're going to match velocities again. Create and execute. Right now. 6 minutes. Basically, it's a game of slow down just to make sure we don't get too far away. Slow ourselves up. We're matching. I'm just trying to make sure everything's matched up. Was it a rendezvous? And eventually we're going to do the same thing with the Soyuz. The Soyuz and the... Oh, there we are. 146 meters away. There it is. There's the Skylab. Spylab. And so now we can see if we can target the... just the, what you call it. There we go, the docking port. Make that our target. And then we're going to target it. So we're going to make sure we're facing it. It'll be easier to be doing this on the light side. Which maybe, let's see, how far along are we? Till morning. Just fast forward a bit. So we can actually see something. Sunrise. Okay. There it is, all the way over there now. So we're going to have to... Over here I'm going to... docking mode, which means... How am I thrusters? I'm not going to use the big one. Matter of fact, I'm just going to disable that. Don't accidentally activate it. Now, this is taking me towards it. Now I know, down here, this is my, except 1 meter per second is my difference between how fast I'm going in relation to the target. 1 meter per second. And I can see on the bell my heading, which is the yellow ring at the bottom here. So now because I've changed this, I can make lateral and horizontal or vector. You know, I can do different types. So now there's where my thrusters are doing this type of vectoring where now I'm heading directly towards my target. Now that is not facing me. Now historically, I'm not sure. I would imagine they had remote control so that I can go across to this thing now. And I can actually face them. Where'd they go? There they are. Just to kind of make it easier. Might as well. I'm not trying to make it harder. So let's target that. This thing, because this thing is has such an unsophisticated guidance system, I can't even get it to move properly. I mean, it has its own little thrusters, but this thing is just such a hoopty mobile made out of a leftover rocket engine. And how can we get this thing turn off the docking mode? There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. Right, wrong way. I'm trying to get it to face the incoming Apollo capsule. Now, in reality, this thing was facing a particular heading in orbit, and this is not the way it was done. But I'm just doing it this way for the sake of saving time. Lazy like that. So at least we're facing that a bit now. There we go. Again, we can correct ourselves a bit, and then once I know I'm heading directly towards it, I'm gonna fast forward our time there. Whoa, what's happening? Out of fuel. How much monopropellant did I put? Oh dear. This is one of those things where it's like, oh, I remembered to put more fuel tanks on it later. Nah. You won't. Alright, there we go there. Fast forward it. Whoa. Boom, 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 boom. Right, heading towards it again. Make this guy. I make him face us there. Yeah, so the entire thing was filled. Like, if they have a model of this thing, well, partial part of it at the museum as well. Where you can walk up in it, and I mean, there's a lab in there, and then in the video, I mean, you can see the videos of it where the guys are like running around in like it's like a giant, like massive hamster wheel type of thing. Whoa. Face your target. There we go. We're docking. Okay. Docked with the Skylab. Look at the giant telescope up here. So yeah, the dudes could go in. Transfer. Take it right there. Transfer one in there. Another dude in there. Those guys are just like, what's up? Functional windows. Spin this thing around and alright, so yeah, Skylab's fun. Hit the orbit in Australia. It's a great shot, I think. Alright, so I wonder if I should leave these guys up here for now. Go design. Nah. So we also got Russian space station. This is some groovy tunes, though. So I'm cool chilling for a second. The Salyut 3 space station was June 1974. So I don't think I've designed Salyut 3 yet. Pretty sure all these other ones have deorbited. And the Salyuts are... Yeah, this is all about the Viking probe, so why don't I just go and design that. Now, just for the sake of, because again, there's limitations because of the just the stock parts, obviously, and I don't think there's much wiggle room. That's why I don't feel bad just copying the design that I used for the Soviet thing. Basically using a Martian design for the Martian lander. This is some groovy stuff. All right, what am I looking for here? I was going to, the lunar lander, which I believe, let's see, 21X 21. There we go. This type of design can work because it's kind of like the Viking design. And this is the Russian lander. Oops. Yeah, let me take a look. I'm going to take a look again at the Viking probe from all angles. And I don't want to have it. Don't want to make it take forever. This thing has 3 legs, apparently. So that's something. I'm trying to get like a top view of it. Yeah, it definitely had 3 legs. Viking probe. But I don't think I'm going to use that centerpiece there because I don't want to necessarily, because that makes it look too organic. And I think I used that piece because I wanted it to look more organic on this spacecraft. But as I'm looking at the Viking probe, I don't want it to look like that. All right, so, but there is this sort of overhanging propellant tanks, which I'm gonna. So you know what? I think I am just gonna design the thing from scratch. Maybe. Let's go to new. Oops, where is it? And actually, let me just bring a little picture of it. Viking probe lander image. Actually, that is kind of organic, isn't it? Let me look at that picture there. I mean, it looks fairly organic to me. The front part, I open the 3 legs, the scooper. I'm trying to look at the engines. How many engines does this thing have? Oh, look at the engine clusters. Crazy engine cluster. Right, so I'm not going to try to reproduce that. All right, so the basics of it. I'm trying to see if this thing is just a symmetrical round shape, which it looks like it is, with these round things on the side. which I can deal with that. So we still need a... And as far as the size, the rocket I'm sending this thing up on is going to be a Titan 3. So I had the Titan 3. I kind of not really finished with this. It's going to be it's a Titus Centaur. So I just need to make sure that I'm in the proper size. That's not going to jut out. I might as well just design it around this thing. In a way. Which means... Hey, that's too small. So now, usually these things are too big, but if you want to use... I mean, usually, yeah. Now, I'm probably just going to mix a bunch together. Whoa, that's way too big. Just because I'm not necessarily sure. See, I wish I could get one that was that. Anyway, I don't want to have this take too horribly long. That's too big. What else do I have here? Interesting. Oh, what that's supposed to be. That's strange. Now here's a probe core that I could set up and then put stuff on. But see, it's meant for wheels. So no, I'm making this way too complicated as usual. So I'm gonna have this core. I'm gonna have this core. I'm going to... should I use this thing? Yeah, we don't need it. Now, we do need these side things. And if I look at the lander, what it looks like. With the center thing, like a round probe core, and there's these two humps. So let's just do that. Center thing isn't going to be necessarily... Do I want to put that? No, I don't even want to put that. We do need a power source. It's going to match up with that. I want to put that at the bottom. Power source, and then we can merge those together later. Same thing with the batteries. Batteries I'm not worried about. And the old one that I made looked so much like the real one. But then again, the whole thing about this is trying to do it with using stock parts. Now, it's not really going to be, if I use these, it's not going to be functional. How can I use this? No, you know what? It is, because this does have the right fuel. So, yeah. That's fine. So I'm going to have, let's see. So should I just have 2 of those sort of dip downward? Will that work? I mean, that would work. That'd be enough fuel. I don't have to worry about fuel. That'd be a lot of weight. Can I just use that? Put 2 of those. Let's see, there'd be that. Along with, so I need something on top of it so it doesn't look so dumb. Let's see. I don't think they have any. So again, it's either that or 2 of these and then kind of tilt them over. Let's see. Still a lot of weight, I think. So one weighs 0.123, the other weighs 0.3. But I like to have options for my landings. So I think that's a little too wacky big. I think I can do that, but the middle, no, that's not going to work. Although again, it is kind of Kerbalish. Yeah. What do I have here? Is there any other way to do it? Because I'm gonna have to use these in any case. Because that ain't gonna work. I can't really change the. Yeah. All right, that's it. We're gonna do that. We're gonna put them inward. Actually, can I put them outward a bit more? And I'm gonna put something over them. Yeah, I need to get rolling because I need to design the thing that this is going to be housed in during the journey. All right. Actually, I need something that's going to look cool. Which is basically what it's going to boil down to. Over top of that thing. Like, no, not a science experiment. So what do we got? What do we got? Looking at these structural panels. No, that's dumb. Sounds like Marty McFly. Guess your kids aren't ready for that yet. Yeah, because I need to worry about the parachutes on this guy. Alright, let's take a look again here. So we know this is fuel tanks. This is a whole bunch of stuff. So again, this is supposed to kind of, well, just that bottom part's looking like that. The rest of this is just kind of a housing. Which means, let's see. Let's see. No, this other stuff's too big. See, this is where the larger challenge of the limitation is in getting smaller stuff. Matter of fact, I need to make sure that my legs are going to be small enough to make a difference and to make sense. I'm going to be able to use legs like that, even though I should. Let's see. Let's see the leg of this thing. These little tiny guys. Same legs on the moon ones. So again, there's 3 of them on this thing, so I might as well just put them on here now. All right. I don't know if that's symmetrical enough. All right, that's symmetrical enough. I can adjust the tilt later, but just so I have a reference point. And again, something to cover up. I should be able to find some kind of cap type of deal. Be nice if I could find a functional one. You know, I think on my open I use 2 of these, kind of in that direction, but that's too big now. And back in the day, I had those kind of mods, which I could easily get here, but that would just take away the whole fun of trying to do it without mods. I mean, stock parts. So you just resize everything, like no problem. But yeah, just simply resizing everything. And at that point, I might as well just download the real spaceships that I'm trying to make mock-ups of. See, this thud engine is kind of cool. I could just turn it off. Not have it be used because it looks cool. Because it looks actually like, it reminds me of what the Viking thing would look like. That would really be just simply for freaking, what you call it? Aesthetics. But makes sense. Although I wonder, probably look at the American Surveyor probe. I didn't, I forgot to even compare the two, and I think like that they have the same designers, because if that's the case, the Surveyor probe the lunar probe is very similar. And if that's the case, then yeah, no, I think I do still need to put some kind. Not sure if that probe core has its own control center. One of these reaction wheels. So I'm definitely going to put one in there. I'm not sure about that yet, but I'm definitely sure about a reaction wheel. Let's see, we need some science. Yeah, let me get this rolling here. We don't want that. We do want some antennas. Let's see, we'll put the one antenna. Real one had the one big antenna, but this is fine. How do I want to put that? I'll just put it like that. Although, let's see, what faces the kind of face it. Well, it faces whatever direction it needs to face, so that's fine. I can put some of these on there too. Now I do need to put a scoop and some more science too. Let's go right to the science part actually. Mystery cube containment. See, if that was larger, that would look better. But it doesn't. That's too big. Surface scanner. It's kind of cool. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna put that on there. See, there's a scanning arm, but it doesn't look anything like. Let's see, what is it gonna do? It's so weird. I mean, it's still a scoop, so if there's the right direction. I'm just guessing that is gonna have to do it. That's gonna have to be the scoop. Take the place of the scoop, or will that take the place of the scoop? That's like it's simply bigger. Let's see. It's still gonna go up. It's gonna hit its own leg. So I'm gonna have to. Well, I'll just have to be careful with it. These legs, I think I'm gonna have to dip them back a little bit, and I still need to put engines. Actually, so about these engines. And I think this might just simply be a little too. Well, if I knew the boosters are in the front, and terminal descent engines are in the. Let me see, how many actual terminal descent engines are? Because it would be very out of proportion to use these, but I could just use these. But then again, let's see, can I change what that part looks like? No. So yeah, unless I'm going to use that strictly for aesthetics. Let me look again at the available fuel tanks. I put something that's going to give it this type of sagging shape. 2 different fuel tank parts. If I don't see that, I think I might just use those. And this is for monopropellant, which I'm not using. And we got that, which I'm already using. You know what? I'll just use 2 of these with that. Let's get rid of this. All right, then we're going to change that, change that to that. I still want to kind of want something over top of that. And I want to adjust these to what? There we go. Is there even any point to put it like that? Yeah, that's fine. Let's not get too crazy with that. Atmospheric fluid around. Oh, I could have just put a couple of those, shouldn't I only need one. Spent to use the atmosphere. Scans the surrounding atmosphere. Void if exposed to air. So let's do it for. Nope. I'll just put it on there. I don't remember. And seismic thingy mobber. Yeah, I'm just gonna haphazardly slam a bunch of science stuff on here. That. Did I already put some of this? And temperature gauge will be nice. Where's the barometer? It'll be cool. Oh, this thing looks very ugly. So let's see if the real one, as far as, well, I still need to put some engines on it too. It had a bunch of kind of stuff on the top of it, so that's just kind of what I'm going for. Although there's this gap in the middle that I seem to lack here. So let's see if I push those down, or that, and then push that out and down. I think that's kind of cool with that. That looks kind of hokey. Let's get that back up like that. Okay, good enough. This thing is still ugly, but see, I want to cover that part up with something like this, though. Okay, whatever. Like that. All right, so we got a bunch of science on that. I still kind of want to dip that down into this a bit. Like that. Oh, that's exposed. And I just put another probe core on the top. Do I want to do it? Smaller probe core. Well, actually, I want to put. Well, I'll keep the probe core. I'm going to put some batteries on there too. I'm not sure what's the deal with this thing is, and it's batteries. Or rather, it's like how it's replenishing its energy. I don't remember seeing anything about. Now, it might have like a radiation barometer type of deal. So that thing is way. I don't think it's thick enough. But whatever. I'm making it that it's thick enough. Thick enough. I'm kind of making it thick with these wafers. It's so ugly that compared to my. I remember what my original one looked like. So it's much better. Anyway. All right, let's get some of these rockets going. The Twitch engine is just going to be the way to go. How many? Let's see. Trying to see if I can quickly find the type of engine. 12 small compressed. Attitude control. Should I just straight up bust out the NASA? The engine was capable of blah, blah, blah. I could watch somebody else's video that's done it. I'm trying to actually see, because that's the thing. I mean, the type of rockets that it's using in order to land are they're going to be a bit iconic. Not that anything I'm doing here is supposed to be iconic, but what the thrusters look like when they're coming down. So I think there's probably 3 of them. I'm just looking at some pictures and some schematics. We're going to have parachute, giant parachute. Parachute is not going to matter too much. Parachute makes it come down. Actually, I'm going to show a video of it. It does have 3 thrusters. 3 of these guys. This thing has a thrust of that. Is that any good? Mars ain't the moon. So I might just, should I just use these? Because these are super powerful compared to these. But this will be ridiculous. Well, if it doesn't work, then it crashes and it's a failed program, and that'll be that. Because I think I am going to try to use these. Maybe a cluster of them. Again, these might work landing on the moon, but the probe is, well, I don't know how light it really is. How come that's... It switched it to? No. Alright, I'm not going to mess with that too much. Just get in there. And these legs have got to coming downward. So they can be landing. Alright, the bottom of this thing, this is kind of silly looking, so we're going to have to put a bottom part somehow. Should I just use another probe core? How much do these things weigh? Let me straight up use that. No, I'm not going to use that. I don't have any thick probe cores. That might just suffice just to kind of... No. That's dumb. I'm just going to use something like this. Nope. No, I'm not. Is there anything small enough to just sort of cover that up a bit? Yeah, that's good. And actually, that top part right there, see if I extend that. Technically, that's going to be technically, that's the front where the scoop is. And actually, the engines, that is going to be the front where the scoop is again. So I have to readjust that. Put that there, put that there. There are 3 of these engines. No. There's that one. Where did the other one go? Let's switch it back to 2. Not telling me. Alright, this is annoying me. It's all because of that one thing. Stupid scoop, which I know is going to cause a problem. Alright, get that on there. Now that I got the 3, now we're going to move these over. Doop, 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 doop. Alright. What am I doing? I'm trying to make it pretty. Forget it. Get that in there. Okay, good. Still worried that that's not going to be enough thrust. Is there any other option? That's 16. This is 15, 16. 15 in a bag. 15 is not. I don't know. Everything else is very large. I don't think that's going to be appropriate. That'd be interesting to use a veneer engine. Hook up a couple of those. See the thrust it says. Why would these only have a huge push? Can only gimbal in one dimension. Is that a? Do I need it to do anything else? Is it meant? You know what? I'm gonna try to use those. 3 of them. Tickety boom. If I can put them on there, and have it not look stupid. So that's kind of in there. I don't want them like sticking up like that. I don't like the sticking up of stuff like that. But their thrust level is off the chart. And it's gonna bother me. I wonder if I could just look it up. That'd be cheating. Just be like, okay, is this enough? This is 100. See, this thing is massive. But I definitely couldn't put that in there. That would definitely be. That would make the thing look so out of whack. Now, with this, if I actually tipped this over, I think that's not too bad. But I don't think that's how the thing. I mean, that might just be how I have to do it because I don't trust those other engines to make this thing land properly. Yes, I'm sticking with this. We're gonna stick with this design. This is very bad though. I just no. Put them in like that. Can I tip them down more? No, I don't want to do that. Let's see. It's way too low. That's got that. I think I can just put another thingy on top of it. Let's see. Can I just put another probe core or some kind of a cap? Isn't there some kind of just... I think like this payload kind of... I mean, no, that's stupid. Let's see. Another one of these adapter thingies. Make it literally look like a type of sandwich. No. I mean, I think this is the best idea for the engine. Assuming this... I mean, I'm gonna... All right, I'm gonna have to test this thing. All right, so we got the rocket there. Let's change whatever that is. The top thing is this now. Get rid of the rocket. All we have is this guy. This is going to be Viking. save that. Mr. Lander. Let's launch it by itself. Just want to see what's. Make sure it's not just going to explode out on the launch pad. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. The rocket has sideburn. Rebel. Alright, so how long? I want to see how long the engines are going to burn for. Whoa. Yeah, they're definitely. These will, oh, you know what? Turn off propellant. That'll help. Let's revert to launch there. Alright, I'm going to have to. Camo. Yeah, I forgot I had put in the infinite propellant on. Naughty, naughty. So now this guy. Full stop. Alright, that'll definitely turn it off. Around. Get back in the ship. Oh yeah. That'll land on Mars for sure. I could probably turn off the. Yeah. Perfect. Oops. Back to the assembly. Oh, I gotta add a parachute. Still need a parachute. And need the little shell thing that it's going to. That's what I can. Let's see, where's our parachutes? One giant parachute can just sit in the middle, and maybe that'll cover that. The biggest one. Let's just do that. Yeah. Good enough. It'll help it slow down. All right, got the parachute there, and we don't need nothing from the bottom. We're gonna need to track these legs, track the antenna. All right, so let me think about this. How are we gonna payload this guy? I should have looked at this before I did it, huh? Let me see here. If I look at Viking payload, Viking probe payload. All right, so it has this orbiter with it, and then it's on this shell. So the whole thing has an orbiter. That actually looks very similar to the previous one. Yeah, so I pretty much already have something like that built. The only difference is I need to put a cap on it. And a little shell. Oh, look, there's Carl Sagan standing next to it. And then briefly finish building. Well, yeah, I already have that kind of pretty much built. But yeah, the sandwich of this guy. That's what it's going to look like there. Payload it onto the rocket. That's what I'm kind of looking for. There we go. Amazing. Amazing. Yo, what's up, Proclaimer? You come to see my beautiful rocket, my beautiful creation. Oh, that's a good shot. See, I can't find something good to put on the top of that. That's fine. There's our rocket thrusters that are weird. All right, let me stop agonizing over that. It is what it is. It's going to stay as it is. All right, so that's that. This needs to go in a shell. A shell of where is it? Where is it? Payload. All right, before I do that, let's add that. That's not going to be too much force. Decoupler. Decoupler is going to, whoopsie. Let's take a look at this again from the what you call it standpoint, the payload standpoint. There we go. That's stupid. I just opened the image in a new tab. Whoa. Not cool. Anyway, it's underneath of that. It's upside down. That's going to be the kicker. It's how to get that thing upside down. So I think I actually need to put the, but you know, that's really gonna, I remember messing with this before. I'm not gonna mess with that. Let's just stick it on the payload thing. Pretty sure that's the right one. Oh yeah, I need to make sure there's a little bit of a extra doohickey there. Oh no, it's not gonna be good. All right, hold up. I need to get a hold of this. Let's save the Viking probe. We do need to change the bottom of it, make that be the, so that I can put it on stuff. Save that. Now it looks like the Viking orbiter is basically a Mariner probe, or I have mine is called Pirate. Pirate 9. Which is, whoa. That's not even the right rocket. Alright, so Pirate 9. It's pretty much it, just a simple orbiter. Let's see if I need to adjust anything. Rockets and engines on the top. That thing's supposed to face downward. I think it does if I extend it. Well, looks like I'm going to have to flip it over because the engine's facing upward. That's gonna make it be interesting. Not going the wrong direction. Yeah, I'll just keep it like that, even though. Oh, ew, look at that. Not cool. That's not cool. How can I deal with that? It's facing outward, though. Is there another one I can use? Nope. That is going to be too big. Yeah. We don't want that. Let's get rid of that. I should probably just keep that the way it was. Because these guys, when I launch, they're going to flip up like that for the launch. And this guy is going to have to retract downward. It ain't going to work retracting downward like that. Let's just flip it back the way it was completely. There we go. It's fine. Whatever. Whatever. So it's going to come out below that. Is going to be our dude. Which means... what's going to be the best way? payload fairing. Upside down, maybe. So it can come down and over. All right, so we're going to do that. Pretty sure it's going to be the right size. I hope it is. Oh, we better find out. Let's open. Don't say if we're going to open that Titan 3 rocket. The Titan 3. We're just going to merge. Just want to make sure the payload fairing makes sense. Can the payload fairing be any bigger? Just to fit on the rocket properly. I don't know if I really want it to. Wait, is that the smaller one? All right. Okay. Do I want it to do that? Because it's still going to have its own... Let's think about this. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, this is going to be very tricky because I'm basically going to have two separate fairings in one thing. So this is going to have to be smaller than the other one, than the smaller one. So yeah, let's start. Just try to do something like that. I'm going to have, yeah, so I'm going to merge the Viking probe I just made with this. Now, stupidly, I did make the bottom of that, although that's pretty much the way. Ooh, now I don't remember. Well, that would come out around it, wouldn't it? Right, in any case, this needs to have a bit of a... And I think I need to put a heat shield. Yeah, I wonder, is this going to actually work? I have to put something smaller than that. Whoa. Not like that. Aerodynamic. No, really, I just need a tiny... It's fine. Just enough to make sure it's not hitting anything. And we got that. Yeah, because I want a heat shield, because this is the part that's going to come in. Parachute and everything. Like, that's... If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be a disaster. I think I'm going to launch this straight away. So I'm really curious if it's going to work. Where's my heating? Thermal. Heat shield. It's big. Alright, can I actually attach it in this backwards direction? We're going to have that. That's attached to that. I hate when it does that because I'm always worried it's not going to detach properly. Let's just hope it kind of does right there. I might, well, test run a moot point at this point. I don't know. All right, so that's doing that. I think this actually launched upside down from the way this is. So if I build this fairing like this, yeah, I think it's just going to have to look like this. Oops. But I am going to have to flip it. And then this is going to have to be, oh, this is going to be, I don't know. Yeah, I can see what I'm doing wrong here. Let me look at the actual real one. These things come out like that. All right, let me look back at the payload fairing. Apparently I didn't look close enough at the payload stuff of this. How they loaded this up in the rocket. It's Maven. There's the... I don't look at that too close because I know my section doesn't look like that. Yeah, no. I could take a lot of effort and make it look as close to that as possible. Not gonna do it. Alright, so we got that. There's the thing. I need to see it attached to the other part. There's them attaching that to the heat shield. See, it's so much smaller compared to the scale that I'm dealing with. All right, there's that. So clearly that's on top of that. So that's all there is to it. And these are folded up. So I'm going to have to switch the solar panels. That's all there is to it. These solar panels are, because these solar panels are meant to fold upward like that. They're not going to work like that no more. Nope, sure. They're gone. And then I will be able to use to flip this around, because this ain't going to be able to stick up like that, I believe. Probably going to cause problems. Means let's extend it looking like that. That's, yes, I should have went for that first instinct, flipped it around. Now, eventually it's going to look like that, but that's fine. I don't care. How's that going to work? I don't have time to deal with that. Because here's the rub. This part's got to attach. Now, that's going to be where it's attached to the bottom rocket. All right, solar panels. Don't forget the solar panels. Since I had to remove them, we got to put some new kinds on there. Where is it? Electrical. Fuel cells. We got to put the folding guys on there. Let's see. We need 4. Oops, we don't want them to be tilted like that. That doesn't look like they should. 1x5 or 3x2 or 1x6. Whoa, that's pretty big. Yeah, we don't want that. Somebody's running outside screaming. Yep, that's the same darn one. 1x6. Is that what we want here? All right, that's just going to have to do. I don't think we have many more. 3x2 and 3x. Let's see. What's that look like? That's the same type of thing. 1x5, 1x photovoltaic panels. That's way too big. That's way too big. All right, just for the sake of brevity, let's just use that. All right, we're gonna make. That's gonna detach. Parachute. Oh boy. That's gonna have to. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm gonna make it work. Whatever. We're gonna make it work. From scratch. We're gonna do it live. Do it live. Okay. This is gonna have to change to our primary point of connections for everything. How do I? There we go. Change that to this. Now that's going to be our top part of our rocket. I hope it doesn't look too bad. I mean, it already does. It's the scale is still too large for what this was originally going to be. Viking one, thinking no. Viking. You know, the Vikings went Viking. But bikers go biking. So calls me biker. Biker one. And Viking's fine. I'm not trying to be clever. So we save that. Now with that, we got that. We are going to have another fairing covering this stuff up, but that's fine. So now let's go back to our main booster rocket, which is the Titus 3. That guy. Look at those boosters, baby. Now I do need to put some detachers on the side. Bickety blammo. That's fine. Oops, now they're upside down. Where are they? Yeah, they are. Flip-a-rooney. Oops, hey. Okay, that's being difficult. So our Titan 3 rockets. Those are. I haven't tested this thing yet. I mean, it should work. And it's basically the same thing, however, as the Titan 2. As far as the bottom, like the original engines here, I think it should be okay. And I changed the top section. Oh, I forgot. I need to add a Centaur to the top of this. So even though I have this Titus 2, which I've just now finally done that, we can save that. I need a Centaur, which I called the Bull at one point. Now the Titan Centaur, I already have a. Did I even save that up there as it by itself? No. Where's the thing that I go? The Atlas Bull. That's my version of the Centaur. Let's load that back up. So we're going to remove the Atlas portion and just keep the Bull portion. There's the Atlas portion gone. So this is basically our Centaur rocket. Delete that fairing. That's going to be the upper stage. I'm just call it. Save it as that. That needs to be our central part, I think. Yeah, it does. Reroute everything to this. Did that work? No. Okay, let's try it again. Reroute this to this. Save. Okay. Now, when we load up our Titan 3, all right, we're going to load up the other thing and attach it to the bottom. Now, I need to do the same thing here. Make that be this. Get rid of that. Now we're going to merge what we just did with that bull thing. Where'd it go? Bull merge. We got that. Looks like we have a little doubling up of that guy. Now, I really hope I'm not going to need to... Okay, good. So Titan 3, ready to rumble with that. Staging's looking okay. Go there. All those are going to... These are our detachers. That, along with our main engines. And then we're going to have this detach along with... Actually, I assume those are going to attach first. Then that's going to detach along with this. Then this engine is going to go off once we're in space. And then we got this top part. Our Titan. I mean, our Bull, which will be the Centaur rocket version. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm not looking at the chat properly. I am, if you're still there, sir or madam, or whatever, I'm making a Titan 3, and I'm going to launch the Viking probe to Mars, or to this game's version of Mars. Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing? I thought NASA destroyed all the tapes or something.
Oh yeah, they thought they did, but they found them. They found them underneath some dust piles somewhere. We don't want that. I mean, that's a lot of tapes. To be fair, right? It's a lot of tapes to destroy. Now, how's your weekend going?
Well, it started out okay. I mean, the heat kicked in. It was been cool up until now.
Yeah, I'm at the back and forth of now the heat's blasting. I mean the cold's blasting. So I'm about to go turn it down, but it's not going to be long before it gets too cold or gets too warm again. There's that. There we go. So that's what we're trying to do here. Boom. So yeah, were you born in the 1970s? Out of curiosity.
Me?
Yeah.
Me? Very, very close. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, this Viking thing was kind of a big deal at the time. And then this is like 1975 though. And then they did what you call it? The Voyager probes. Which are like you can actually ping them to this very day. They're out there. All right, I think that looks really crappy because I think the actual launch of this thing. The photo of the launch. Oh, yeah, you know what? Never mind. It does have that larger thingy around it, so that's cool. Actually, yeah, it doesn't look off kilter enough. Actually, that's interesting. That's a very iconic type of payload fairing there. That's cool. I think I'm gonna do this. Oh wait, did that mess me up? No. going to make another shroud so it looks more like the Titan. That's too big. Nah, that's fine. That's exactly what we want. Actually, that's not going to work. We need a separator. That separator is going to have to be smaller. That's too small. Probably not, but I don't like it that small. Put that on there now. Now we got that. And now this, I can make this bigger payload fairing. Not too much, but just enough to make it look a little more. I think that's a little much.
Don't forget to seal up the O-rings.
Oh yeah, right. So easy to forget. Build fairing. Let's see, how abrupt does that change? Not too much. Oh, really? Just to, can I adjust that a little bit?
So let me ask you I don't mean to distract you, but let me ask you.
No, yeah, you can distract me. I'm good.
Okay. Like a lot of people have a lot of conspiracies or whatnot about the moon and the whatever. But why do you think we stopped going to the moon so abruptly?
I don't think we really did. That looks so stupid. I need to change this. I don't think we really stopped going abruptly. I mean, we still sent like probes and stuff. Different companies sent different probes. You know. The main.
Yeah, I've never seen any real evidence or anything that any of that was faked or anything like that.
You said evidence that it was fake?
I've never seen any evidence that something was faked.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think it was faked. I mean, I agree with where people say it would have taken more to fake it, like taking more effort and money and technology to actually fake it than to really. All right, that's good enough. Is it gonna fly? We'll see. Because yeah, I mean, we had because they went to the moon a couple times. 1972, I think, is when they stopped. So it's like from 1969 to 72. Yeah, and after a while, it's kind of like the space. I mean, because a lot of the onus was because of the space race against the Russians, and once that was won, now technically, I mean, it seemed like the Russians went back a lot more than we did. But the Russians the Russians launched a rover on the moon. So, and all throughout I don't know about the 70s, but I know like later on, like I know in the 80s and the 90s, like India has sent stuff to the moon. So no, I mean people will constantly be going back, but because you're thinking of like a manned mission, because as far as why didn't they build a base? I mean, it's kind of a good question. It's like, but I mean ultimately it's money because the way the funding system works in America, I think is you know, the way politics is, you know, one person gets in and it's like, oh, I'm going to fund a program based on such and such, and it's, you know, once the next guy gets in, the plans might change, so you have to make plans according to that, which sometimes it hampers long-term plans, because then you also have a cooperation of different companies that need to get together, and you know, sometimes the company will fold, or that company won't get enough funding, or they'll, like, it's just all kind of different. Basically, it's easier to do what they're doing, and then there's kind of an argument whether manned space flight is even worth it or not, versus just simply using robotic probes, which makes sense. It's like, well, it's kind of risky, but hey, how's it going? Juan Sky. Hope y'all having a good and safe weekend. Yeah, so you believe, so you do believe we've gone to the moon there for first, last?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't like when that whole hullabaloo started about everything being faked. I looked at it and I just did not see anything that anybody was even saying. To me, it looked, you know, legitimate. So yeah, of course, I believe that we went to the moon, manned mission.
Yeah, it's funny because I grew up, you know, you grew up with the space shuttles. It all becomes rather drab. And I remember growing up, like, because, you know, I grew up with like Star Trek and like Star Wars. So you see this, your space program is just looks like a giant airplane. It's kind of like, whatever. Call me when we got. Now it was a very dumb approach. I mean, as a child, I was a pretty dumb child, but I think that was part of my lack of interest back then. I mean, sort of. I mean, I'm still interested in some of the stuff. Like, I remember the first time, though, I saw watched the Apollo 13 movie, and that might have been the first time I really thought about like what the details of the spacecraft, and I was like, that's what this stuff looks like. Like,
Now, the only thing that did look like it had a little bit of credibility was some of the videos from the ISS, International Space, whatever station, to where like these funny glitches were happening, and it was like it almost looked like a green screen here and there. Now, I can't say 100% that it was some kind of a hoax, but I do remember some of it looking a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, I've seen some of those videos. Definitely. I mean, usually they're you know, artifacts from just digital cameras, which they use. Let me make sure I got the staging set up right. This is going to go first. I can do that manually. And then that's all going to be up there. All of this. Let's see. That's going to be that. What is this? This is its own engine, isn't it? Do it right the first time, that way I don't have to keep doing it. That. And then we need a decoupler. We're missing a decoupler. There we go. We got that. We're going to have that. All right, let's save Viking 1 here. Viking. I've gone through some others, like live streams doing like the Apollo landings and stuff. Just the physics of it. It's pretty cool. Just trying to. International Space Station. Oh yeah, we're a long way from that. I do have. I just did a Skylab mission which I'm going to have to. Matter of fact, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to design the Viking lander, which I've just done. So now that's ready to launch. But now I'm going to go back to Skylab, or as I've called it, Spylab, and I'm going to send these guys home. They've been up there doing their science while we've been designing Skylab. There's also, during this time period, however, that's right. This is where I should have just planned it to just do year by year of the 1970s, like I did on the 60s. But there's also the Apollo-Soyuz test project, which happened like a month before the Viking probes launched. So I could just do that. I mean, I'm not in a hurry. I mean, it's like Friday night. I have no plans for stuff. Yeah, I really, I do want to get the part 2, but there's so many bugs, and I know there's so many features that even this vanilla game, because I'm not playing with any mods, but there's so many features that just doesn't even have. The only difference would be much better graphics. I mean, not the only difference, but yeah, I also have the Soyuz space station. I mean, not Soyuz, my Salyut 2. So I could also build and design and launch the Salyut 3, which I'm kind of wondering if I actually did. But I remember designing something at one point and launching it. Maybe I didn't name it. Let's see what this looks like. Hoping there's not a... Yeah, this is the one that I actually designed, the recent one. So that's supposed to be the Salyut 2 Russian space station. There's the docking port right there. Well, let's get to... Here. Spylab. Switch to Spylab with our Apollo docked to it. We'll take that down. Yeah, man, I do want to do the launching now of the Viking. Skylab. Cool. No problem. Definitely good to see you. In any case, I'm gonna go use the facilities real quick. Let me leave it with a nice view of this Spylab. Retrograde. That's fine. Keep it on that.
The only video that looked suspicious to me was there was one where it was the shuttle, and if you looked at it, it looked like the shuttle, and then some person pops up behind, like, and you see, okay, well, this is like a model being filmed. So now I don't know, who knows what was really going on there, but that one did look a little suspicious.
Was it taken from the shuttle?
Yeah, it's like,
you mean from like shuttle in space?
Right, yeah, it was in space, and as if the camera was on top of the shuttle, kind of looking back at the payload area. And then some guy sort of like walks into the frame, like, he's like, oh, there's a model. I mean, that one looked a little suspicious, but I don't know. You never know what was really going on. Maybe they were filming a model for some reason. Yeah, who knows?
I don't know. I mean, I've probably seen because every shuttle mission had like a crew debrief video that they did, and they all make like a compilation of their thing. I basically watched like every single like so they all went up did something specific. Although and I along with that I've seen like all the crazy like because I long before I was into like this stuff I was into like the UFO stuff. So it was fun going back and looking at the old UFO videos that I recognized from back in the day. But now I look at them like, oh, that's from the mission with so and so from where they launched this satellite. Like I know exactly what the mission is and like what they were doing and like what kind of like orbit they were in. And it's like, oh, in that case they have and usually it's like ice. And usually it's when they're doing maneuvers because the whole reason they have the video is because it's because when they're maneuvering in space and when they're doing that, there's just kind of like ice that's floating around that suddenly lit up and looks like relative to the camera looks like it's moving, but it's really the space shuttle that's moving. So often, a lot of times, it's just kind of it looks like I'm looking up the camera. There were 135 shuttle missions. Because on my old Kerbal space game, I rebuilt. I reproduced all the shuttle missions as well. Now I wish I would have did it on like Twitch or something. and I still have the game saved, but I tried to run it on this computer and it does like but it's kind of but again it has a whole bunch of crazy mods. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm just gonna redo it because I wanted to redo it anyway because it was fun, and just kind of try to see what I could do with stock parts of the game. But I can still hear you if you talk. But I'm gonna walk away real quick and I'll be right back. But although I wonder if I can like I don't know if I can give you some subject matter to talk about. That's but that doesn't have to do with the Trinity. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of historical stuff. I started doing the U-boat stuff too. Person I'm chatting with. This is Mr. First Last. Although I think, what was your name, Dave?
No, I told him my name. No, it's not my name.
Okay.
It's just another fake name.
Oh, but you were that same guy who they were like, okay, I got you. Okay, the other guy is undeveloped. You're not undeveloped.
But that's what they kept calling me that, and I'm like, okay, well, fine.
Oh, all right, yeah, I know why. Because there is a guy named Dave who, yeah, it makes sense. Everything makes sense now. No, so like I remember like so there's the mirror station. So yeah, what do you believe that? So yeah, I'm gonna walk away real quick. Like I said, I can still hear you, but do you believe like aliens and UFOs exist on other planets and stuff like that?
No, I don't. Nope. Personally, I don't see any real reason to believe that there is any other planet like with people on it. I just don't. I have no reason to see that. I've seen no evidence of that. I see no reason to believe that. But who knows? But I was gonna ask you. I mean, the tether incident. Yeah. I mean, from my point of view, it would basically be what people call the interdimensional biblical view. The horses, the chariots of fire, this kind of thing. what is it? Your chariots are like whirlwinds. Like I use the basic analogies like whirlwind. Well, it's like a strong wind, okay? That's because it moves you. A strong wind can move you, so that's why the chariots are like the whirlwinds, because the chariots move you, the wind moves you.
Sorry.
And like even the
Make some
clouds,
coffee.
like sometimes the clouds, like there's always this, you know, reality. I realized the clouds, okay, yeah, well, because the clouds kind of they appear and they disappear in the sky or the heavens. They're white, kind of an analogy or be something coming in and out.
You're roboting a little bit.
Okay.
By the way, can you hear me? Okay. Your sound was kind of roboting. Yeah, I think
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
I would definitely go with I mean, I certainly think when it comes to other forms of life and consciousness, then yeah, to presume they're even within our dimensional framework is kind of presumptuous. Yo,
Well, hello, Sugar Magnolia.
WF.
Is that William Freeman?
That is one of my names, yes.
Well, there it is. William Freeman. There he is.
How's
You
your
can
Friday?
call me Will. Let it be fine. Oh, my Friday's fine. How about yours?
Oh, hanging in there.
I mean, I've spent most of it with you anyway, didn't I?
Yeah. I just had some people sound like they were shooting shotguns off outside, but I think it probably could have been fireworks.
Well, why didn't you say something? I would have just left your yard. I was trying to get you to come out and play ball.
Oh,
That's how we do it.
I'm trying to play my video games.
Last, have we met?
Yes, we have. I was trying to convert you. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
No, I just wanted to know what was up with you because you had said you were Christian and then somehow you lost your mojo.
Yeah.
And so I was just wondering, why that happened, and I asked you about it, and you said that you were diligently seeking the truth. I said, okay, you do that, man. You'll be all right.
All right. Well, glad to know we've met, and yeah, cool. Good advice you gave me. Thanks. I'm sorry, everything's kind of a big haze for me lately. A lot of stuff going on.
Well, it's interesting to think that it is good advice. I was thinking like, well, of course you want people to diligently seek the truth. Like, why wouldn't somebody want to do that? But then it struck me, and I'm like, well, sometimes trying to seek the truth, and I don't mean you particularly, but I'm thinking as far as cases, like a lot of the stuff that we do in life is because we are not trying, because we're fleeing from the truth. Even like watching movies, playing video games, just kind of just the general distractions from everyday life, depending on how far you want to take it.
Is the music in the game?
No.
Oh, you're just being appropriate. That's awesome.
Yes, this is the I was trying to find good 70s music that probably wouldn't get the thing took down, so it's straight up live
performances.
Yeah, Ted Nugent, Amber Dukes.
I heard that music in the background, and I'm like, this game even has that weird
It rocks.
whistle. But
It's like this game rocks. It really gets into the era.
yeah, it was era relevant whistle, sci-fi.
Oh yeah, that old the theremin. My coffee is in the microwave. I'll be right back.
So William,
Hey,
you said you admitted to being a little bit snarky, right?
yes.
Like I said, that raccoon fits you good because that's kind of how raccoons are. They're kind of, kind of, you know, I don't know what the word is, but
It's an appropriate avatar for my personality. I agree.
right,
It,
right,
it,
right,
it
right.
wasn't an accident.
Yeah, but that's not good. That's not a good thing, I don't think.
I love raccoons. I don't know what you're talking about. Raccoons are a very noble animal. Do you think that mischief is a bad thing?
Well, I mean, snarky is, I don't know.
I think you said snarky. I just admitted to being that way sometimes. I'm more than just snarky.
That's all right.
Like I consider it flavoring.
Now, I want to ask you something since we have the time here. What did it mean when and I don't mean to offend you, but I guess I guess it doesn't mean anything, but when Praise had those videos about you, and at the end he said something about cabbage, like, I could never figure that out.
Oh, yeah. So he tried in his amateur efforts to figure out who I am, and he believed that I would use my real name. So he went to Facebook and he looked up someone named William Freeman or Will Freeman, and it happened to be a wee person. And so he just assumed that that was me. And so he was posting pictures of this little short wee person. And I don't know, I guess wee people are supposed to hatch out of cabbage patches or some shit. I don't know. Well, whatever. I don't know what the relevance to cabbage is, but I know it was about a midget joke. So I don't know.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. Because
Sure.
I thought that was you. I thought that was you.
You thought I was a midget?
Well,
Wow, are you
I mean,
serious?
I don't know.
That's what the cabbage thing was?
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, I think he still got it up. I don't think he took it down. That poor guy and his daughter's pictures are still out
Wait,
there.
that was supposed to be a slight on,
Dude,
like,
that's
because, like, assuming you were a dwarf and therefore calling you a cabbage patch kid, like, that's pretty. I mean, I can't say. I mean,
It doesn't matter,
I can't say I'm like would be shocked. I mean,
right? I just leaned into it and started using a Willow avatar for a while.
well, it's funny because I mean, raccoons are if raccoons were like anthropomorphic, they'd have similar. I think they'd be. It would remind me of it in dimensions almost. Is that bad to say?
They would remind you of what?
To watch if I was watching somebody walk it, like to picture a human anthropomorphic raccoon, at the same time as like it's I don't know. I don't know
Is
what
that
I'm
a
saying.
short joke against raccoons?
Is it or is it
I don't know.
yeah? Let's just go with that. All right, I need to make sure they land in the water, or it's going to be stupid. Because the
It'll be
Americans
messy,
landed.
a lot more cleanup.
The Americans did Skylab. I mean, their Apollo landings in the Pacific, I believe. Let's go up. Let's put it up. I'm kind of cheating with the propellant right now, so. All right, I think that's good.
Now, what, do we scramble the Coast Guard to go intercept the The capsule.
Oh yeah, it's a whole big thing.
Oh, nice.
Hold up, if I do that. Yeah, what up? So what's your with Will, your view? I think we talked about this maybe before on like extraterrestrial life.
I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, I can't rule it out.
It's true. I mean, it's biology, time, space. I think once we get out beyond a certain point, it's there's no all you're going to be able to do is speculate and argue. Where it's
I
kind
mean,
of
I can conceptualize interdimensional beings as well. They wouldn't even have to be extraterrestrial. I just think there's a whole lot more we don't know than what we actually do know.
Yeah, well, I mean, because I used to be into like pagan stuff and witchy type of stuff, which involved a lot of like basically I don't know what you call it mediumship, maybe, where you're sort of like talking to spirits and the stuff that I experienced. I mean, it wasn't fake. I did experience these things to where so then and nowadays I don't believe that they were like actual ghosts of dead people. I don't believe the ghost of dead people float around. I never necessarily did believe it was happened like that, but I especially don't believe it now.
Yeah,
but
I
as
don't
far
believe
as
it
like
either.
interdimensional, then well, as far as supernatural, because I remember talking to people that believed in they believed in like ghosts and spirits and like magic and stuff, or even karma. But then if they didn't believe in a supreme God, and this wasn't even a Christian thing. This was more I was just a deist, and just kind of like if like how can you believe in the supernatural and not think that there's a kind of like, and I think where I was coming from was looking at a source, because like whatever there had to be, there's got to be a single source of the whole thing. And for me, like what I was reading about these esoteric ideas, for whatever religions I could find that made it as ambiguous as possible as far as the source, and which there wasn't a lot of them that tried to do that. Like I remember there was like a Welsh version of Druidism that called it, like they gave it a particular name that just meant the source, and so kind of like it's like whatever you think that is, and then if you want to personify it. Although I did want to kind of expand though on the tether incident, because
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
well, if I'm recalling, yeah, because there were multiple times because it's cool basically. And check this out. I don't know if Will, do you believe space is real, right? How far do because I know you have some you pride yourself on some extra orthodox views, right?
Do you want to define what you mean by space?
Do you think we landed on the moon?
I think we have.
Okay, saying that answers pretty much most of the other questions.
I don't think we did it when we said we did it.
You think there was some chicanery?
Oh, for sure.
I don't know, because a lot of
we
the
did
times
a psyop on our enemies until we could actually make good on the promise. But we had a goal that we started with, and we couldn't look like we failed.
Interesting. So you think maybe the first one was fake, but then the other ones weren't? Because we went, we had Apollo 11, 12, then 13.
I can't say when we actually made it there, but I think we made it there. I don't even know that we were the first to make it there. but I think we eventually got there.
Yeah, because I was surprised that like because at the robots, like the fact that the Russians had landed. But anyway, the one of the things that they did in the space shuttle was they were learning how to grow crystals, because basically if they can see how like these particular crystals grow naturally, and basically the crystals grow in a particular molecular structure that makes them a good type of medicine or drug for like pharmaceutical companies. Because these different things are basically, a lot of it's based on like these crystalline compounds. I mean, that's basically what all molecules are. So, trying to produce these things on Earth is one thing, but if you can get them in a type of environment and see how they organize themselves in like a crystal clean environment, then you can know how to synthetically create them on your own once you can look at their structure in this other environment. So they would take like this plate, and they would take this tether, and they would pull it behind the space shuttle, and hold this plate behind it, and then they would put these like experiments with these growing crystals and stuff on the other side of it, so that they basically are pulling it within their wake. And it's like, well, it's weightless, or it's a vacuum up there. Like, why? How is there a wake? But even though it's a vacuum, there's still molecules, and like even like they're trying to make it like that clean that they're even pulling like this giant disc behind. But anyway, this tether broke off, and there's these. Everybody thinks that it's like interdimensional UFOs, basically. I'll bring up the video. It's interesting. Now, I guess interdimensional creatures is there's probably a Wikipedia article about it by now, actually.
What are the chances that your little capsule here is gonna catch fire?
Nah, it'll be fine.
I mean, is that a possibility in the game?
Catch fire?
Like not
no,
make it through re-entry.
There's a set. See, right here's the ablation, so you can see how it's wearing out. So it's not where even close. Like there are other planets where the atmosphere is so thick, you would probably need about like more of these, or need to do different stuff. So now this is pretty safe. This is well tested.
Nice.
Because yeah, there's the whole thing is like a thickness, or you could cheat. Because at one point, I used to increase the density or increase the heat to kind of make it more challenging for re-entries. Although it depends, because when I originally was testing, like I was making like the V2 rockets, like they did in like Nazi Germany with like von Braun, but or trying to kind of go from that to making a ICBM. And
now you mentioned von Braun,
yeah.
How much do you think that he influenced the actual landing on the moon, and how much was he just there for to pick up where Jack Parsons left off with JPL?
Oh, I mean, I think he was absolutely essential.
What I'm saying is, was it just for the jet propulsion, or was it through the whole program? Because really, I mean, he was a rocketeer, right?
Well, I mean, because there's like along the way, like I'm convinced. Am I going to kill these guys? I'm convinced that if they would have let him just take over the whole program for like because before America had any satellite in orbit ever, he had something ready. They wouldn't let him go because they didn't want him to have to go first. They didn't want him to be responsible for it. They were like, not this freaking Nazi. Yeah, there's a song that I heard. I think it's from the '60s, where it's a Holocaust survivor, like singing this really scathing, satirical song about like basically against Werner von Braun. And it's kind of like how like yeah, it's basically like no Nazi schmatzi said Werner von Braun.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, because he gets a good bit of credit, but so does Jack Parsons. So I'm wondering who was more influential in the space program. It would have to
I
be
actually am
von
not
Braun.
sure who if I'm not sure what Jack Parsons did. So I mean, yeah.
Hush your mouth.
Refresh my memory.
Oh no.
Was he a
No.
pilot?
No. Like Jack, you're asking way too much. Jack Parsons is not a quick summarized.
That's a name that I would think I would remember, and somewhere along the lines. I mean, I'm not like was he what
He was
exactly was he?
he was a rocketeer, um, a brilliant young scientist, but also
What
a
year?
really dark magician. This was in the same time as what's that Scientology guy? Help me. L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh,
Him
Ron
and L.
Hubbard.
Ron Hubbard, when they were young, I guess L. Ron was still writing his sci-fi stories. They were both into Crowley and magic,
Nice.
and they did the Babylon. I think they called it the Babylon working in the desert. I think it was Nevada or Arizona, one of those. Anyway, so his idea was creepy. Yeah, he was into jet propulsion shit, but he was also into some really dark, like.
I mean, people are into this stuff.
It's just weird. He was just a weird guy.
The
You got to be weird to be a Crowley follower, anyway, right? I mean, the dude wrote poems about cum stains.
good. I'm glad you are you yes. Have you ever read Leah Divine or Leah Sublime?
No.
It's I mean, I memorized the entire Two Live Crew Nasty As They Want to Be album lyrics when I was 11 years old. You know, I mean, I watched Amazing, Shocking Asia and Faced It, but when I read that poem, I was like disgusted. I was like, oh, I felt absolutely horrid after it. Like that dude is absolutely foul, and like the fact that the Beatles have him on their album, like now I understand because back in the day I was like, whatever, like he's trolling you all.
Oh, but like his
And it's like,
influence
yeah,
was so much bigger. Like you say, the Beatles, but like Timothy Leary. I mean, he was the counterculture catalyst. Like he brought along the hippie movement with him because of the do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law thing. They grabbed that shit and ran with it. I mean, it was sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and that was what he was. I mean, not rock and roll, but he was the sex and the drugs and the magic.
you know, real quick, I completely forgot about this. That the tether included this donut-shaped UFOs. The donut shape are absolutely. They're inner reflections from the camera lens, using a particular type of light. Or a particular type of camera. Like I've seen it reproduced. That thing. Now, I mean, you say, well, they're all lying, or whatever. And again, the tether is well known. It's well known what this tether is. The way people I've heard described as if the tether is like a bunch of like miles thick. That's no, I mean it's a very thick tether. But I mean they'll show this, and then they'll be like, this tether is miles long, which makes these UFOs, which means that these UFOs are the size of cities, and it's like, okay, I mean it's really.
Hey, Kelly, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm gonna there's some mischief that has my name on it, but I'll try to return later if you're still going.
Awesome, man.
You know I can't resist mischief.
Stay safe. All right. What's this thing doing? All right, let's recover this vessel before it blows itself up. I don't know if there's a chance because I don't want. I could just change the name from the Viking probe if I don't want to do that yet. Because now I kind of want to do the Apollo-Soyuz test mission. Well, that would be something more to do when talking. So yeah, I mean, if you want to, again, first last, if you want to talk about like anything in particular as far as
Well, okay. Some part of the Skylab just splashed down, right?
but that was just the Apollo, one of the Apollo astronaut capsules, rather than a part of the Skylab.
Oh, right. Okay. That's what it. Okay. Okay. And now you're gonna recover them, and there's a Viking 3 that's going to be launched.
Titan 3 rocket is going to launch the Viking 1, and then I mean there's the Viking 1 and the Viking 2 probes to Mars.
Now the tether thing, are you gonna? Because that looked like a pretty crystal clear picture. Is the video that clear too?
Let's see. Tether incidents. Space runaway satellites spotted. Ancient aliens. Let's see. Is that the same thing? SDS. Well, that's where it was. Yeah, I mean it is a combination of light, it's ice, then there's all kind of crap. It's just it's because the light, sunlight. It's you ever see sunlight hitting a very dusty room?
Yeah.
And like everything's lit up.
Right.
Like what? But what are that? That's not dust. It's ice crystals floating. Like there are ice crystals, and when something gets packed up inside the payload bay of the space shuttle. And now see when he's just zoomed in on one of the dots, it became this donut.
Right.
Like you can literally see it turn into the donut when he zooms in on it, and when it changes into the donut, it happens to get more blurry. And you can I mean you can see any other video of this type of thing where they're because it's where you see like the flash, like where it looks like it's flashing, like it's not like blinking like that. Like see that's where people are like, oh look, it's like it's transforming into a dimension. Like it's really not. I mean, it's just it's blurry because the camera, because like there's a machine transferring these pictures, and when you have something that it's zoomed in to the point where it can't make out. I mean, it's like there you go, like
Yeah.
that's a city-sized
not-
UFO, right? Or does it make more sense that it's like a whole bunch of crap floating around?
Yeah, it's not
I mean, it does
flashing.
look crazy. It looks like it's under a microscope, but I mean, just knowing in context what it is, it just none of it is like it makes sense to me. Because space, everything is just floating around. I mean, that's what it would look like if you have a bunch of crap floating around with sun shining on it.
I don't know. I've seen.
I wonder if it was an infrared
I've
shot.
seen I remember seeing something a little more clearly, like they were all the same shape, and but
This is the same satellite I was thinking of. I mean, I guess I could be like, all right, if this is actually like a chunk of just like, why are they focusing on it? Why is he like, why does he seem to be so? I mean, he could be using it to like test the camera lens or something. I don't know. I mean, again, if it wasn't, but that's the other thing too. Like, I have seen that literally reproduced, like zooming in on something and it turns into that.
Right, right.
Yeah, it broke loose. Yeah, I've seen cool. I've seen one of the ones where like you see like these, literally looks like bright lights or stars, um, moving and darting away in different directions and stuff, which is crazy. I mean, and that's where it's like the only thing I can think of is, but it's still legit to think that it is that, like, because all these ice stuff is spinning around while it's out there, and usually when you're seeing these pictures, it's when the shuttle is doing maneuvers, and when it's doing maneuvers, it's thrusters or in all of these different areas. So its thrusters are going to knock these ice chunks in these different ways. Um, but what's happening here? Firework or gunshots? Which one is it? Yeah, I guess we're gonna get a lot of that on 4th of July. So yeah. So if I'm planning to do this into the night, yeah, I'm gonna do the Apollo-Soyuz thing like right now. It shouldn't really take long. I already have Apollo. I already have a Soyuz. All I need to do is create a adapter, which is just a cylinder tube with a dock on each end. I specifically made the Soyuz and the Apollo with different size docking ports, just so when this time came, the adapter made sense. It's like, okay. And there was also the matter of the Apollo and the Soyuz capsule or crafts, like their atmospheres weren't like they're different. I think one of them used like all oxygen or something like that. The other one used like these different mixtures, which wouldn't mix properly for some reason.
Oh, there's that one guy. His name is JG.
Yeah,
on YouTube. You know him?
I've seen him.
Yeah,
I heard
yeah.
his channel just got taken down.
He has a channel. It's called Censorship Exists, JG. And I went over to his channel, and it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah,
Because he was playing some kind of kind of like what you would call false flag stuff and conspiracy stuff, and it's gone.
yeah. I wonder if that's like just like a penalty, or if he's actually been forced to just not be able to do anything anymore, like with that. Like if it's just like temporary takedown. Because I've seen people's channels disappear and come back if like or they'll force somebody to take it down, unless he just straight up wants to refuse to take it down. Which if that's your thing. All right. Should I do it out of order? I don't know. It's kind of, how long have I been doing this already? A couple hours, 3 hours. It wouldn't take long. And then the climax. Well, yeah, I already decided this earlier. This is me just waffling. I want to look up something about the Apollo-Soyuz test project. Probably a news report. Plate of the There's a news feed of the launch. Launched at night, A. Let's see. The 40th anniversary 7 years ago. Somebody else doing it in Kerbal 5 years ago. I want to see a news. I'm trying to find a news report, like looking forward to it, but yeah. All right, I'm just trying to see which one launched with what. I believe the Apollo launched with the adapter. Yes. You got the launch of Soyuz. And then there's the Saturn one launching with the Apollo, guys. Although the adapter, where's the adapter? I bet you they had the adapter, but they had to like flip around and grab it, just like the. Yeah, this isn't real footage, by the way. I don't think that's real footage.
I was going to say, that looks CGI. That's definitely CGI.
That's not CGI. That's
Too.
CGI. No, this guy does. Yeah, because there's no. But I wanted to see this guy separated. Well, I'll save that. All right, so it seems to me the Apollo had to be. They put the adapter behind. Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to look it up. Apollo Soyuz payload adapter docking module. Basically, an airlock with docking facilities on each end to allow crew transfer between Apollo and Soyuz aircraft. Look kind of like that. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, yeah, it was behind there, so they had to do a little. They had to grab it from the thing. Now this adapter is going to be okay. Very cool. Which one launches first? Soyuz? Where's me Soyuz? Soyuz. The last one for pretty much. I think that's pretty much my standard Soyuz at the moment. They changed throughout history, the Soyuz spacecrafts. This isn't Soyuz 4. Was there a specific number for this one? Let's see. So there's our Titan. Apollo-Soyuz test project. Soyuz. Like I'm trying to find out what the actual Soyuz 5 and Apollo 9. Was that considered Apollo 9? I don't think so. Soyuz 5 was the mission to... No, yeah, I didn't think so, because that's the one where they docked with another Soyuz. Trying to see, was it like... Where's the handy wiki? Should say right here. Like usually the mission has its own name. Spacecraft. So we'll use that. Apollo Command Service Module. Crew of that. So we'll use U and Saturn 1B. There's our guys, our Ruskies, and our 3 American skis. All right, well, I'm just going to have to hope for the best here. There's some photographs from it. That's not CGI. It's not CGI. There should be some better actual cameras from it. Well, Soyuz. Just call it that. Generic, whatever. All right, so we got 2. We need 2 Russian. Not the Valentina. Not Schmenkel. He was for the German pilots. We'll do Komarov and Alexei. Was it 2? 2 of those went up, and yeah. That's interesting. There must be a new Soyuz that they used because why wouldn't they have sent more? I'm not gonna because if I really wanted to get really crazy with this, I could just go in and see like these different Soyuz capsules when they redesign each of them, and like then go and try to make some adjustment for the sake of it. Like Soyuz. Soyuz by itself. Like should be easy enough to find. The Soyuz rocket, not the rockets, the spacecrafts. As far as the designs themselves, there should be a list of. There we go. The family tree of the Soyuz. Oh, there's no. No, they click on each of them. That's stupid. Let's see. Soyuz 73 to 81. So they would have been the same one. Oh no, here we go. I knew it. Soyuz T7K TM75. Oh look, that's the specific one. So it is a different one. I wonder what. You know what? It's not different enough for me to care. These things still work. It's still going to dock. So let me see here. So let me just make sure I got the right adapter. Yeah, this adapter is going to have to. This is our Soyuzes are using docking port junior. So that's what my adapter is going to have. All right, let's launch these guys into space. Have to some duty-free Russian music. And what were their names? Soyuz. We look it up again, even though I already have it open 15 times.
I would love to have a great Trinity debate. I mean, I wanted to do that with the first chapters of Genesis. Like, you know, everybody comes in with their point of view and gives their point of view, but it never happened. But the Trinity thing, I mean, all it would, unfortunately, all it would be is just like a lot of arguing back and forth. But to be honest with you, you guys, regardless of, what happened or the arguments or whatever, the places that you told me to look, I have looked at, and I've basically, it's been beneficial for me to look at these things.
Well, I think a lot of that, depends on what you see as a complete, like personally, I mean, as a complete viewpoint on, a complete cosmology or a completed cosmology. Like whatever you think your own personal. Hey, welcome back if you're still there. Sorry, I didn't see opera. And take care, James guy. Something. Because if you don't see a problem with like, and everything's kind of working for you, then no matter what I say, you're just gonna be like, well, none of that matter. Like, why would you believe me unless you're convinced? Now, I could use like tactics such as trying to convince you that you're not, your views are incomplete, or you're not happy with it, or your life isn't complete, or your viewpoint doesn't, give you peace or joy. And only you can truly know that, because and even then, depending on what kind of person you are, because this is where it comes down to, in my view of the way somebody is when they're saved, is they're transformed in a certain way. And I'm gonna pour just a little bit more coffee. But as far as transformed, like I'm trying to say something to you so that you can have something to say back while I walk away real quick. Unless you already have thought of something. But the idea of for one thing, I know you're kind of, you said that you've done studying completely independently, and you're sort of come up with what you come up with, and so you're just like, well, you're just, you're just basically declaring, I'm going to prefer to stick with that rather than, you're like, I don't see a holy trinity. I don't see why why I need to conform to these traditions, so to speak.
Okay, I'll respond. Like, obviously, there are three things. You've got the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. That's definitely true. We see that. I'm just not so sure that the sort of definition that people give is, that's not how I would see it. Like that chart you have up in the corner. And the same is true like with Michael Heiser. Like he told me all these things that he thought was, his point of view, and I looked at it for myself, and I was like, well, I kind of come up with a different way of looking at it, and I can't really say my way is wrong at all. So it's kind of the same thing, just like with the first couple chapters of Genesis. I'm sure most people would disagree with what I'm saying, but I just looked at it for what I see, and that's all I can do. But I definitely would not want to exclude anybody, your or church fathers or anybody's opinion. I'll definitely listen to it and consider it. I'm not rejecting anything. Looks like this Titan 3 is going to launch, maybe.
Oh, I've been muted. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm kind of straddling these different devices. Yes. Hello, Halcyonic. But yeah, if your views aren't, if you're completing your view, unless I want to choose to just try to push a claim on you that, like, oh no, because if you think it makes sense, now I can try to see and probe your views, and this is what we try to do when we get into these kind of arguments, right? Is probe each other's views and try to find weaknesses, essentially. Make sure that because this is how we, beings who don't have perfect knowledge, this is how we test things. This is how we seek truth. Because one of the things when it came to like Christianity was, what separates it. Like, what are people trying to get out of it? Like, for the most part, like, I had written Christianity off for the longest time. Do I have the freaking thing? Hold on. I think I've infinite propellant. I gotta start this over. So that's kind of, let's revert to just launch. I forgot that I had cheated because I had ran out of. Whoopsie. No, much appreciate it. Much appreciate it. All right, let's go back to daytime. But yeah, because it also is because you just said you've agreed that there's three things, because and I wouldn't expect you to just agree to be agreeable,
No,
So
you
if
can
you don't
see.
see it, but I mean, I think that one of the problems is the idea of like personhood versus. I mean, usually, I mean, it might be more than that, but usually that's what the case, like person versus being and that sort of thing. Where I think that ultimately those definitions are, for what each of them means, is pretty arbitrary, and when it comes down to, when it comes down to like philosophically, I would argue. I mean, it's arbitrary, yet it can still be consistent. Like I was saying, that thing that I was showing you, as far as something that it has rationality, but yet is a substance. But then, because there's like a state of rationality, and I think that was one of the other things. I'm trying to remember now because it was like something like the state of rationality versus the state of something. Because I think one of my arguments for you was, is there a whoops, did that a little too soon. A spirit of something. Oh man, I really accidentally pressed the button.
So you gotta release the stages at the right time, I guess.
Yeah. It's because I'm standing up and like kind of lurched over the keyboard. Because yeah, it's like, do I think it's possible that a person is going to, be saved? Yeah, but I'm still not going to compromise on like saying that we're both right, because I don't. I mean, because I don't think we are. The real thing is like, can you have a proper relationship? As far as I understand it, with God, without truly, because. And then, is there really a difference in what you're kind of describing? Again, because even it's like, if you think you can have a relationship with something that isn't a person, I mean, that'd be an interesting argument, perhaps. I'd be like, how's that possible? Like, how can you have a relationship with something that isn't a person? And it's like, okay, so then do you have a relationship with the spirit of God? It's like, well, yes. Do you have a relationship with the Father? They're like, well, how do you have a relationship with the Father? Only through the Son and the Spirit. So how do you have a relationship with either one? Because that's what most of it is relational. If I didn't screw this up, and it's gonna. I think it'll be fine as long as I keep this angle. I think I might have tilted over a little too soon. But we're speeding up. Yeah, were you like why did you choose Christianity, or do you think do you consider that you choose Christianity as to call yourself? Because before I ever was a Christian, it just never really. It was just sort of like people can call themselves whatever they want. You can have whatever kind of belief.
Well,
I was always like kind of perplexed about why people would choose to be a Christian, as opposed to just kind of doing their own thing. Unless it was like a cultural thing or they're raised in it. Because I was always like, who would prefer to do this? I definitely assumed that nobody would actually choose without just like choose something like that without having it being imposed on them. Oh man, I've screwed this up again. This is not that hard.
was it burning up?
It stopped. The periap stopped increasing. And at that point,
Okay, well,
it was getting too hot.
Basically, to answer your question, yeah, no, because I was predestined before the foundation of the world to be conformed to the image of Christ.
Oh,
There is no doubt about it.
That's always
There's
good.
no doubt about it. And ultimately, I at one point wanted to figure out. I wanted to see, well, is this Bible true or not? I wasn't Christian, and I just come to realize that it was. So.
Hold on. So I'm sorry. You said you wanted to see if the Bible was true or not, and then you checked it out, and then you found that it was, and then you became a Christian.
Right.
Huh. Well, how old were you when you did that?
How old? Probably about 30.
30. What did you believe before that?
Nothing. I was just flailing in the wind. That's what I say. Like, I was, that's like, I saw this one particular pastor on TV, and I decided, okay, well, this guy seems pretty serious. Let me see what he says. Everybody wants to know, is this real or isn't it real?
Was that kind of a random thing? Like you saw a pastor on TV, and then you were like, "This is interesting."
Exactly.
Decided it kind of coaxed you into getting a Bible. Like, I mean, was your family Christians or your family religious?
Not necessarily, but at the same time, everybody in America is basically Christian. At least back then they were.
I don't agree with that. I mean, many people in America are have. I mean, there's actual Christianity, and I mean, which, again, not that I'm preaching at you, thinking you don't know this, but the difference in Christianity and cultural Christianity.
Right,
which is
right, yeah, that's fine.
just like when usually when people say, "Well, I was born," it's similar to religion being just a thing somebody follows, versus some like a understanding and a sort of cosmological understand. It's there is a difference, like because you can go through motions just kind of as a ritual, like an empty ritual, or not empty. I mean, it's never really empty for somebody if somebody's really doing it. And, it means something to somebody. Then who am I to say what's empty or not? But when it comes down to how well it informs informs you, or informs your, or what I would say your spirit. And the Apora, I've actually already done the Mercury Redstones. I have them built. Actually, I still have them in the thing. Yeah, if I have a playlist for just the Kerbal stuff, and at that part I pretty much have an alphabetical. I mean, not alphabetical, chronological order. From all right, we're gonna disconnect. Because I want to start. I noticed my space junk is accumulating, which I could just turn it off. We got to complete our orbit like that. Bye bye, rockets. I got our Apple apps yet. All right, so there's Mr. Soyuz. Let's forward that a little bit. All right, we're in a pretty decent orbit. We're not in a centralized orbit though, but whatever. Actually, what happens if I try to just circularize right now? Good, it doesn't take that long at all.
Can you do a mission to the moon on this thing where you do the whole program where you orbit and you just send out that thing and it lands and it goes back and the whole thing?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've done a number of them. Last time I think the last time I did one of these, I did the Russian lunar lander. Yeah, if you want to see it, I can see if there's I'm sure there's another thing in the another lunar thing that they did. Although, again, I am about to do the Martian things, but yeah, you could. I mean, I'm about to do Mars, so. But if I don't know if there's another 70s one that they did on the moon. Although, let me see if the Russians did it.
You got to do it at real time, right? Real time.
Luna 18. Well, at this point, I'm just for the 70s in general. Because I know there is a Luna mission that the Russians
like 4
did.
days.
Well, like, check it out. If I wanted to send this craft to the moon, hey, did that run out of fuel? No, it didn't. If I wanted to send it, like, here's the moon right here. Like, I have actual spacecraft on the moon. I can I can focus on them real quick. But I would just basically, like, there's my already existing orbit. Add a maneuver. Then as you're just increasing your velocity until you head out to the moon. That's the direction. And now you're intersecting with it. So I could send this Soyuz to the moon and crash it into it. But yeah, I've built the giant like Apollo rockets in this and like the lander, and it's pretty cool because I mean you go through the whole process of yeah. I mean we have to kind of do that with these rendezvous and docking. All right, let me just finish circularizing this. We'll just do it at the apoapse.
Do you believe that at the with the first verse there, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth? Do you think he's talking about like what we would call the heavens and the earth, or does he mean the universe?
Well, in any case, in the beginning, God creating the heavens. I mean, if you're speaking to people from our point of view, why isn't this working? Hold up. Monopropellant. Oh, this straight up takes oxidizer, so I am straight up out of fuel on this thing. That sucks. All right, I'm just gonna have to deal with that. That's fine. Let's go back to the Space Center. So from our point of view, yeah, looking out into space or looking out into time and creation, yeah, the heavens would include all of that. So I mean, it would technically be both, right? Like, is there a reason why it wouldn't be both? Like in the beginning, God created the heavens. Okay, and because as far as like who is he telling this to? Like this is supposed to be Moses telling us this. So it's like, oh, Moses, what? And he's like, oh, what, the heavens. This we know what the heavens are. They're what we see up above there. So in the beginning, God created that and this. So it's just a matter of there and this. But I still think that means there's a distinction between, creation, obviously, and non-creation, or that which is uncreated or eternal, which can only be God. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll bring up my my mercury redstone. Although I called it Moho red brick. There it is. My dude in it. Now this looks really, because this is stock parts. Here, I'm gonna launch it and see what it does. Because these mercury redstones were just they weren't orbital. Al Shepard. Here, just for the heck of it. I'm not sure if dude's even watching anymore. But here's my mercury redstone. I'm gonna launch up the Sputnik. Oh, this is taking forever. Load. It's gonna crash. Yep. Mercury redstone. There we go. I wasn't trying to get into orbit. Titan was trying to get in orbit. Whoops, I'm doing the wrong way. Yeah, I mean, this was basically the Mercury Redstone rocket was like basically the just very similar to the V2 in its design. It was basically like a V2 elongated, a little bit different rating of an engine, at a Mercury capsule up there. Because again, and that's the other thing too. They're all basically nukes and missiles, intermediate range ballistic missiles. Intercontinental ballistic missiles, which are even worse. Oh, I'm going to show that. My fuel. I forgot I had the freaking fuel there.
All right, man. Well, I got to hit the road. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, man. Well, yeah, definitely have a good weekend. Yeah, this is my stock Mercury capsule. Although, I think I let him go too soon because I accidentally left the propellant on. I'm not sure how high he would have gotten, but high enough. There's that. And let me revert to vehicles. So I'll show you the Sputnik too. I'm not going to launch it, but I'll show you what it looks like. Oops. Yo, what up? What up, Paul?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going? I'm blissfully playing video games.
Right.
I see there's a lot of yeah, because it's a Friday night. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna play some video games.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna try to get into any kind of thing.
Kelly does that restart every Friday. And him and Mark and Randy were just discussing what it means to be a Christian, and it was pretty good. I was watching that for a while.
How long has that been going on?
I think I've been on there since like 9 o'clock, so 2 hours, something like that. Ooh. Had to bleed my brakes.
Shake up the soda.
Had to bleed my brakes.
Yeah, and Apera, there's the Russian Vashka, the original. Before they had the Soyuz, they were sending people up on this. Now this person, Apera, they're playing this too, but they're doing the Sputnik, which I need to find. Where is my Sputnik? What did I call it? Because there's Sputnik Kerbnik. That's what I called it. Okay.
I seen First Last was on here.
Yeah, he just now rolled out.
Yeah.
I think I might have moved the. Yeah, well, I mean the Kerbal. I mean the Sputnik rockets was very basic, but it looked very similar to. On my first Vostok. Oh, that just, I mean, nice. It was just the simple thing with 4 antennas on it. The ball with 4 antennas. That's all the Sputnik was. No, he said he wants to do, talking to doing a what you call it, a debate on the Trinity, and I was like, if there's well, that's fine. I mean, I'm cool talking about that, but
a debate. I mean, like a real SFT debate or whatever the other channels are. That whole debate's that kind of debate.
I'm not sure. Not sure how far he like was sort of.
I don't know how to help him because I don't know anything that we could say that hasn't already been said.
Well,
So many
that's what I
times.
was like. If you personally are like don't see a problem at this point with how you're looking at that, I don't really, other than like just trying to feel like I'm gaslighting you, and I'm going to tell you, no, you really aren't comfortable. The only thing I can do is because that's the other thing is you and I think legitimately pointed out issues with his view.
Yeah, I mean the main issue is that he thinks that the Son of Man is the Son of God. And I want to take him to Matthew, where Jesus pointed this out. Why do you call me the Son of David? And David called me Lord. He didn't have two identities. His one identity was the Lord, the Son of God. And it's almost like he makes it out like he had to become flesh to become the Son of God. No, in the flesh he was the Son of Man, but who he is, his identity is the Son of God. And that's what I can't get that to him. Like maybe that would help him. Maybe I should take him to that verse. I don't know if it's in Matthew or Mark. I can't remember. I have to look it up again.
I know we had showed him where it says, I have showed you. I mean, he says he's gone through it, And he's like, well, I've looked at it, and because it's like if you don't have if you don't have an issue with what he's looking at, and how he's like perceiving it, that's where it's like there's got to be something else, like another approach to where, now. And the other aspect of that is if you feel like our view requires us to change it, like if you think our view is, I'll be like, well, if it's wrong, it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, okay, well, why is it wrong, and why should we care? Like what is, because I think we can explain, because what I try to explain is like, all right, if somebody has an incorrect view of a person, because I mean, if you're literally telling me, like the way you're describing kind of God as not being a person, not being personal in some way, then I don't understand how a person necessarily can have like a relationship, as far as I understand it, unless it's not a true relationship, is my worry. With now somebody say, well, that's none of your, why do you care? It's like, well, if someone's coming to me and talk to me about this, then this is, I'm gonna tell them my viewpoint.
Yeah, I don't want to pounce somebody and say, how Trinitarian are you? But in the view of that, looking at that there are certain things that disqualify that that you believe Jesus is the Son of God. And I know it gets confusing, but in Matthew 22, man, it titles it in the sword of the Lord, the e-sword, whose son is the Christ. This is exactly what we should have been taking him to. But anyway, it says, while the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them. Now, Jesus is asking them, the Pharisees, these lawyers and all this, saying, what do you think of Christ? Whose son is he? They said unto him, the son of David. And Jesus said to them, how then does David in spirit call him Lord, saying, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou on my right hand till I make thine enemies thy footstool. If David is calling him Lord, how is he his son? see, he would have to listen to this and say, because he's only looking at the fleshly aspect as making him the Son of God. And this is disqualifying that.
Yeah, that's good, because that's what I was kind of trying to think about. Like, how can I make this, like, how can I communicate this as being the grave error that I really feel that it is? I don't want to just feel that it's a grave error. I want to be able to describe why it's a grave error, which and so if you so I think if you have,
It's enough for Jesus to make. He asked them this. They didn't bring up questions to him. So for him to see fit that he said, spoke this, it is a big deal. Wouldn't you say?
wait, say again, if he did what?
What I just read to you in Matthew 22. Jesus is the one that asked them these questions. They didn't come to him asking him this. You know what I mean? There has to be some importance here for Jesus to make mention of this.
Who do you say I am? Well, that's the thing, because if who he is and what he is, these are all very.
Well, I mean, even with the Roman Catholics, how they look at Mary as she being the mother of God. This answers that. To me, when Jesus is asking them, what do you think of Christ? Whose son is he? And it's little s on that. I'm surprised. And they said unto him, the son of David. It's already, they're looking at the physical aspect of his birth as that's who he is. And that's nothing no different than First Last is doing. And this is interesting. He said, how then doth David in spirit call him Lord? What does he mean, David in spirit call him Lord? It's little s.
Where is that at?
Matthew 22:43. What does that mean? David.
Well, I mean, is that's in the that's referring to a place in the Old Testament, right?
Yeah, it is. Also, he was speaking by the Spirit. Yeah, that makes sense. It's written in the Bible, so he most certainly was, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, fair enough.
Argument there. I don't think.
So, how does David, by the power of the Holy Spirit, call him Lord, saying, "The Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou on my right hand"?
He admits that there are three distinctions. I mean, honestly, I'd really just simply love to go over the what you call it, that Eutychus thing with him.
Yeah, but him pertaining to the physical birth as the distinction is my problem, because I believe this is what the Lord's pointing out. If David calls him Lord, how is he his son? Because to call him the son of David is that it's through the lineage, the physical, biological lineage from what God set out to Mary. Yeah, Mary and Joseph. Well, I don't know if it's Joseph. Is it Joseph's lineage also, or just Mary's?
No, it's Mary.
It'd have to be just Mary, yeah, to be a direct bloodline. So yeah, but why would Jesus be pointing us at how is he his son? How is he the son of David? How is he just the fleshly man that you see that was biologically handed down? How is that's who you're seeing I am? Is, it's the spirit that testified of who he was. And, I showed him all them verses and he just like ignores it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding because I get confused listening to him sometimes. It's not hard for me to do. I'll admit that. But it seems like he's not consistent.
No, I agree. But again, I don't think he sees, and I don't think that I am personally communicating properly why he should care. You
Mm.
know,
Mm. Yeah, that's a good point.
and then it's like, well, as far as your, because like I said, I don't want to just straight up. I don't want to be like a, like presuppositionalist and just kind of accuse somebody. You really, you can't be, you can't truly understand your view. Your view is actually incoherent, and you don't even realize it. Like I can't, we can't approach it that way. So it's like if you don't see it, then I can only try to imagine, what your
I think you do have to approach it
interaction.
that way, though. Like I want to take him to the verse where in 2 Corinthians
Yeah,
4,
you might be right.
how they were careful how they handled the word of God. With no deceitfulness, no hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is being consistent. Without hypocrisy is to be consistent. To be honest. So, yeah, that does matter. I can't help but see this sometimes, Kelly, that it seems like some people, maybe they look at it as traditions of men. I can see that point maybe, but something that's just been and always has been for so long, for them to come against it is like a triumph for them, or to be the one that stands out from you know this known truth that most people wouldn't even argue. But yeah, seems like people go out of their way to do that sometimes.
Well, if you feel justified, then why wouldn't you?
Mm,
Depending on what your motivation is.
fear. It has to be respect. If it's not, then yeah, I guess you can do whatever you want.
Sputnik is in orbit. Congratulations. I don't know if that's if that's your first orbit or not, but I mean, if that is, then yeah, definitely congratulations. So getting the hang of that is, and even if you go away and stop playing for a while and start playing again, like getting the hang of it's pretty crazy. Now, have you been? So you said you just got off Kelly's thing.
Yeah.
That was like a general live stream, or is that
Yeah.
a seminar?
Um. Yeah. They had a topic and they went in scriptures and each of them taught. Mark and Randy and Kelly were all three on there. Yep. Talking about walking in the spirit and loving God. Sky Out was in there. Oh man,
Interesting.
wanting to argue with me. I mean, just come at me. Naming my name about
How so?
Calvinism. Calvinism.
See, isn't that like
He,
I don't know?
he's. I mean, he goes, well. I said, listen. I said, I'm not even interested in talking about the philosophy of Calvinism right now. I said, um, let's get back on topic. And he's like, okay, I'll meet you on Praise's channel. And I'm like, I never answered him. I'm not talking to that person, man, about Calvinism. I'm just not doing. I already have, and
Well, I know for a fact. I mean, I don't know about Sky, but I know for a fact there, people that want to thrive on, and they love, um, arguing,
mm,
and so if religion is especially a good vector for arguing.
yeah, that's a good
Actually,
little niche.
Calvinism's an even better one because then you can argue amongst Christians. Like,
There's
like
so much to
everything
argue about.
he's doing is just all about kind of creating this center of of energy that's
Mm.
just sort of you can like kind of revel in. It makes sense.
Yeah, there's so much extra activity, so much to argue about when it comes to religion. It's like a gold mine for somebody that wants to do that.
Look, I actually have the launch of this. Paul, you might remember when this was launched.
I might have been alive. Where was it?
Where is it? So, rocket launch. News feed.
I was 5 years old.
1975.
I was watching Evil Knievel back in that time. Do some stupid stunts.
Once we get on that automatic sequencer, all actions in the count will be handled automatically by the sequencer. Mark, T-minus 3 minutes, 7 seconds, and the launch trajectory tanks at this point.
Milk crate.
Tries to ensure a smooth flow. 17, where we had a cutoff at the sequence now must take place at the right time and in the proper sequence, or it would be automatically cut off.
Wow. I'll wait it out.
Once we get on that automatic sequencer, all actions in the count will be handled automatically by the sequencer.
I'm going to step away for a second, Paul.
All right.
3 minutes, 7 seconds, and the launch sequence has started. Each sequence now must take place.
But hold on. Let me give you something to talk about first.
Automatically cut off. We get an automatic cutoff in the
what were we talking about lately? I was talking about politics earlier with some people. We were watching Joe Biden, and we were watching George Bush, kind of comparing them.
Which one? Senior or junior?
Junior.
Oh, okay. That sounds more like it.
Well, it's wild watching him now, comparing him retrospect. He seems like a genius. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I'll be right back.
We should have pressurization on all fuel tanks by the 30-second mark in the countdown. We're approaching the 2-minute mark at this point, approaching the 2-minute mark in our countdown. Right as it's moving very smoothly. Mark, T-minus 2 minutes. T-minus 2 minutes and counting. Vents are coming closed now. Tanks being pressurized. At 1 minute, 25 seconds, we'll look for a second stage fuel tank to be pressurized. We have a large status board here in the firing room which shows these events as they're taking place. First stage fuel tank now pressurized.
Well, real quick, Paul. So the view that what's his name, First Last like has on Trinity, the way he's describing it, would you say that it was similar to the way you were viewing it, as far as like not really worrying about the distinction between what what
No.
the person meant, just kind of like
I always believed the son was because he was of God. not of the flesh. I never believed that. It was real simple for me, and I still can hold to that. I mean, but I think for the use of having the discussion that persons are particularly helpful. Do I think they're necessary? No, I don't. Well, let me say this. It'll be hard to talk about the hypostatic union of Christ without talking about persons. It would be hard to have a conversation about the distinctions between the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit without persons. So, I mean, you never wanted to see it as like God was in a certain mode or anything like that. But again, I was brought up to believe that the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit are God, and it kind of just made things simple for me, but I don't think I was any different than how I see it now.
See, what gets me is, because a lot of these concepts, or a lot of the sort of the greater details of these concepts, I'm just learning recently, as far as like I said, like the details of it. Oh, we already launched. Let's go back. Let me launch. So I can only imagine somebody like like you said, like who's really headstrong on trying to learn stuff about the Bible and what he's doing, and then just kind of solidifying these particular views, and not really thinking about a lot of, because again, like I said, I mean, how long have I been studying Christianity? Like the whole time I've been a Christian, but yet a lot of these, like, there's always stuff to learn. So I can see what all of a sudden your approach with, like you just said about like why a person. What does a person mean? A lot of this stuff isn't really obvious to a lot of people. Uh-oh. Whoa. That was a rough launch. So that's what I mean. You got to try to be gracefully, and that's me telling myself this, like to try to assume, like not assume this person, and that person, in particular, seems to be is pretty cool with such things, like not, with making a point and understanding, like how I'm not, like not necessarily taking it personally, and understanding where if other people start to get upset or why they do.
Oh, Kevin. Well, I mean, if the Lord Jesus himself saw to it that he made that known, that the Lord is not the son of David, that it is the Lord is the Lord Jesus Christ, right? The Son of God.
Well, I mean, I think once you got it, it's going to make sense. I think once you got it, it makes sense. Like I had things like that. Somebody asked me recently, like, do you think the Trinity makes logical sense? Like, yes or no? Like if you're going to answer a question like that, then it's a yes or no question. And I have to say yes.
Yeah.
Like, I can understand. There was a time where maybe I would have said, no, I don't think so. I don't see how it does. There's two that's saying it. There's three things and one thing, and that's kind of, I don't know. That's kind of weird. But that's the argument against it.
Right.
But I think the argument against it doesn't work when you look at it with, like we've been looking at it, like the fact that it's a category error.
Yes.
As long as you understand that, and because I think there is a dreadful fear of getting it wrong, which, hallelujah, we need to fear the Lord. But the understanding, we don't need to start. We don't need to beg the question that somebody is trying to profane God by or trying to be modalist. Because again, because a lot of the descriptions, like, okay, he's this, he's that, he's this, and I say, well, that kind of sounds like modalism. And it's like, well, it's not. Like, it's not modalism unless you're going to impose modalism.
Yeah, that's true.
Usually.
Well, I look at it like this: there's always been an attack on the deity of Jesus Christ. So, and it's usually because they look at the man Jesus and not who Jesus is, the Son of God. So that he is God. If that isn't who is identifying who he is, then there's a problem on how you look at the hypostatic union. And it's also opening doors for an attack on his divinity. People could use that. So, yeah, I think it is all very important. And I believe God is that inclusive and that detailed to being consistent in the truth of who he is. And it matters. Now, what I don't think matters is like, well, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but it's not that big of a deal as far as somebody learning, coming into understanding all that. But to come out and want to debate you about it and do all this, that's where I draw the line.
So Jimmy says, I find it silly when people say you don't have to obey God's law, but you have to believe the Trinity.
Who says you don't have to obey God's law? For salvation? No. To love God? Yes. Well, believing the Trinity, Jamie, is believing who Jesus is. That's what the Trinity is. It explains who Christ is. And if you don't believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God that came in the flesh, you're not confessing that Jesus is Lord, and that is part of our salvation. So it's not funny; it's doctrinally correct.
Well, obviously, I mean, a lot of it's the idea of the law, what the law means.
Well, I think he takes that we're saying that you don't have to obey God, once you get saved, and I just get so sick of that argument. So stupid. If it has not been said enough to continue in this conversation with that kind of harassment, at some point it's harassment because I've already explained it a million times. So I refuse to even have that kind of conversation anymore.
Well, there's a matter of like having said this, I've already described it. So it's like, well, if you don't like the answer, because for whatever reason, either the answer makes too much sense to where you either have to accept it and deny your own view, or the opposite. It doesn't make any sense at all, and you don't know what to make of it. And... oh boy, this is ugly. Get that thing. Get it. Turn off all the stuff and let it drift. Nope. Alright, I gotta start this over. This is getting bad.
Well, there's some things that you have to consider. You know, continuing in sin, and they want to take you back to the covenant of Moses, and then put all these 600 something things on there, and say certain ones are a covenant. When it considers the sacrifice, we don't look at that. We don't look at this. I said, no, I'm not under that covenant anymore. I said, guess what? The Spirit teaches me everything that I need to know. Or in the law, the first commandment was love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul. Well, now our first commandment is to believe that God loved you, right? It doesn't remove that commandment, but it is to believe that God loved you first, to believe in Jesus Christ. That is our first commandment. Then we are to continue in the love that he showed us. So when I look at the verses under the law where it says, love thy neighbor as thyself, well, that is not our commandment anymore. We're to love our neighbor as Christ loved us. We're to love the sinner as Christ loved the sinner. When you were a sinner, how did Christ love you? He brought the gospel to you, right? He was gracious, even on, his grace poured on the just and the unjust. I mean, we're to love one another as Christ loved us. That's what the law doesn't teach, because Christ fulfilled that in the law. When I love my brother as Christ loved me. When I love the sinner as Christ loved me when I was a sinner. It isn't as I love myself. And there's a reason for that, because we're coming from a grateful heart, not from a meriting heart. That's the difference in the covenant, and that's why it matters. And I could go on and on. It said, do not steal. Now it says those that stole work with their hands and give to those in need. That's the new law. Bear one another's burdens. We're not in that covenant no more. I don't care how much you guys try to bring that up. It ain't got nothing to do with the covenant we're in. Jesus fulfilled that, and we even have greater laws now. We even have greater things that we stretch to, because we do it because Christ already saved us. He already fulfilled the law. He fulfilled the prophecy. He fulfilled everything. The Sabbath. He fulfilled it all. I still want to do that one day. I want to go through the 10 commandments and show how Christ fulfilled each one. And why we're not under that covenant, and why we don't look at it that way. You want to do that one day?
That'd be cool. I mean, again, a lot of the idea of it is, what comes first? The law or God's will? Like, that's, I mean, again, I've said these arguments so many times. It's treating the law like it is beyond God is senseless, in my opinion. That's exactly what it means with Christ fulfilling the law. Everything that he did, everything, that's the purpose of the law was for him to fulfill it. It was for us to know it needed to be fulfilled, and he fulfilling it. Us knowing we needed a savior, being saved, everything that he did. It's everything he's all about, and it doesn't mean that we hate the law. Like, we understand it. We understand that we're saved by grace. Like, that's the point of it. The point of Jesus. It's for our sake. It wasn't the sake, like God had this law, and he's like, this, I need people to be following this law here. I'm not happy unless people are following this law. No, he created people. And it's like, people, you need this law so that you can know you're like for everything that Scripture said. And so like when Christ comes,
Yeah, there's sins of the flesh and there's sins against the spirit. If you are in Christ, right, and you're continuing in sin, you are not loving the Lord. And that's one of the greatest commandments, that we love the Lord our God with all our heart, soul, and mind. So if you're just continuing in sin with no conscience and just continue, and never come to a place ever in your life where you have to deal with it, you're not loving the Lord. And if you're his, he'll chasten you. If you're not his, he will not. He'll just let you do whatever, and you will have no conscience about it. But if you believe your sin removes your salvation, now you're a sin against the Spirit. Now you're not believing in Jesus. So continuing in sin is not loving the Lord. Believing that sin takes away your salvation is not believing in the Lord.
I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
The literal belief in the name of Jesus is, that he's your salvation. If you don't believe that, then you don't believe his name. You don't believe him.
If you think what you do has anything to do with your righteousness unto God, you're not in the new covenant. And what I mean by what you do, works of righteousness, things that you've done right. The right thing that we must do is put our hope and trust in him, that he did it all.
Well, yeah, say those things. It's not really coherent to like discuss those things in terms of the gospel and what Jesus did in terms of law, and then especially like arguments from a Seventh-day Adventist point of view. Like there's so many different aspects of it that disagree with what I believe is the true doctrines of that. So that's where it's like, like what are we trying to do? Are we trying to make sure that God is real and that he loves that he loves us and that he sent his son to die and that we can have hope in that? And in knowing that we have that hope, I trust that the Holy Spirit is going to be in you and helping you be conformed into doing the right thing and knowing good from evil and all that kind of stuff, as opposed to trying to keep some kind of law and worrying about if you don't, you're going to go to hell, or you're going to lose your salvation and get sent to hell and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, if they would pay attention to the law of Christ like they're supposed to, they would understand the things that we're talking about, but they don't. They think the covenant of Moses is the same as the new covenant, and then they'll sit there, him and Yahoo will sit there and stay in the book of Numbers and all this, and quoting all this. And I'm like, yes, it's a foreshadow, a symbol of what was to come. There's many similarities, but you're not getting the conversion here. He bore our burden. The Christ's law is that we bear one another's burdens. That's what it means to be in faith in Christ. That you believe that. You believe that we have a faith that works through his love for us. And so you continue in that same love, that same truth, to bear one another's burdens. So how you look at the fulfillment of the law, well, it's not that I love them as myself. I love them as Christ loved me. Because everything is derived from what Christ has done and how he did it. I mean, he said, the Lord even kind of gave you the upscale that, even if you look at a woman and lust in your heart, it's the same as committing adultery. So, basically he went from someone that actually commits it, transgressing the law, to the fulfillment of that is to not even have the desire to do that, because you respect and love people and you don't want to do that. That's to be in Christ. What they don't understand is that the fulfillment in Christ raised the bar in love. And they're thinking like somebody's trying to get away with something or not do something, or just do whatever they want. And that's their whole agenda, man. They're coming after people like they think that's what you're thinking in your mind. And then I have to wonder, do they have the Holy Spirit? Are they looking to the law as the Holy Spirit? That when they read it, it's like the Holy Spirit, or is it the Holy Spirit in them, dwelling within them, with the law written on our hearts through Christ?
Whoops.
I think they come in another spirit, Kelby.
Are you talking about for the sake of getting the wrong, trying to get it wrong?
Well, the wrong gospel. They might be proclaiming the real Jesus to the wrong gospel and to the wrong spirit that he come in. He didn't come to judge and condemn. He come to seek those who are lost, to be found and save the sinner. That's who he came for. Not the righteous. That should tell him something right there. He said the righteous don't think they need a doctor, because they're not sick. Why would they need a doctor? So basically, I think Jesus is saying that kind of tongue in cheek. I think he's being cynical. If he's not, then he's saying that there are people out there righteous of their own accord, and I know he's not saying that.
Well, again, something like that would basically remove the entire point of what is trying to be achieved by God and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when I say all that kind of stuff, I mean, you know what I mean.
Right.
Everything people end up arguing about all the time, and the difference between.
It's like that thing with Sky out today, and I don't mind having a conversation with him, but I'm not going to keep having the same conversation over and over and over and over and over, and they're making the same accusations every time. And I pointed out directly, in Scripture how things are supposed to be, and they don't believe it. So I'm just not going to keep doing that. I almost look at it as like casting pearls among swine, because all they're going to do is take it and render it. They're not going to, they're not going to, in honesty and respect towards God, consider what's being said in Scripture.
Do you think that they actually? I mean, do you think that people like that simply disbelieve entirely, and
No.
don't really see, they're just kind of just messing around, like whatever, fooling themselves, joking around, like just. I mean, I don't, not that I can like fully understand the concept of people doing that, except for the closest I could think of is maybe being so drunk, or ta-da, like being so out of whack in some way that.
I don't know. I think there is an, like you said earlier, religion offers a gold mine for people that want to argue. So
Right, just like politics and all that.
yeah.
Very true, very true.
Now, whether or not they believe or not, I don't. I usually stay away from that. But it's like this: if you're teaching something that is against what we must believe, um, I'm not going to consider that you're teaching or witness. Maybe let's say you're not teaching. Let's just say you're sharing. However you want to look at it. It does matter what you say. And if you don't know, maybe you shouldn't say it. I know that's uncommon today. Well, the freedom of speech.
Well, when it comes, that's the thing. I mean, and that's actually one of the kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, juggling acts as far as Christianity and politics. As far as trying to stay humble or trying to stay peaceful, and making the center of your life Jesus Christ and the spreading of the gospel, um, versus anything else. Now we have we have ideas of family and why why family comes first when it comes to certain things. You know, obviously not when it comes to Jesus himself. But this is why we look at Jesus himself coming first. Now, do you think that there's a distinction between saying Jesus himself coming first and a set of doctrines coming first, even before Jesus? Or people kind of mix Jesus together with a set of doctrines?
Well, they can't go against Christ. If that's what's coming first and it's against what God set out, then we've got big issues.
What do you mean they can't go against Christ?
Well, I mean, to say the doctrines are the same as Christ himself, you would have to not be contradictory to who Christ is and what he did and what he said. You know as well as I do, man. There's certain people on here that pop in and out of rooms, and it's the same thing all the time. Um, and they're in error according to Scripture on certain things, and they want to, they'll kind of nonchalantly come in, and then next thing you know, we're right back on that same topic all the time. Yeah, I don't know. It just, as many times as they've been pointed out how wrong they are and been shown that too, they continue. So I don't know how to look at that other than I know for myself, I just don't want to waste my time with that after a certain amount of time, unless they want to discuss anything that's more correct with Scripture.
There's certainly a large distinction. There's a large distinction, and you're heading in one direction or another, and if you're heading in any direction, and one of those directions means making the gospel more complicated. The other direction is making it less complicated. Now, nobody changes the gospel. So when I say these things, I don't mean we're actually making the gospel different in any way. So obviously, and I think a lot of religions are based on doing exactly that, trying to change up the gospel to suit something, suit an understanding, to either make it more simple or more complicated, maybe. But if you're trying to make it more, if you're trying to do one or the other, I think one of them is good, and the other one is when he says standing in the way of, like the Nicolaitans. I think that's I think anything that you're trying to put in between a person and their understanding of the gospel, because it's all based on our own understanding. It's based on our understanding. I mean, it's based on Christ. When I say our understanding, is the fact that that's faith. I mean faith. If what we're talking about is the fact that, I don't know if somebody wants to call that monergism, the fact that God created us with the need and ability to try to look out beyond ourselves and know Him, have a relationship with God Himself. That's what I mean when I say it's based on our understanding. Because if we don't have understanding, then all we have is, now we do have faith. Because I think faith and understanding can go together. I don't think them not going. I don't think that's beyond the pale. We just won't have complete understanding. But not having complete understanding doesn't equate to, having complete ignorance.
That's why I think anything more than simplicity is complicating things. I believe it's so simple that people can't accept it uh, just because of that. Um, it's unbelievable. It goes against everything that they could ever imagine. How can this be? Surely I must do something. Surely I must prove something. Surely I'm, um, and that's the mentality of being under the condemnation of the law. And Paul made it clear you can't be under the grace and under the works of the law. It's impossible. So I don't think it gets much simpler. I don't even think you can lessen that. Um, maybe free grace can. I don't know. I've seen some things. Universalists maybe. I guess you can. I guess you could lessen. But it isn't just a mental thought. It is a matter of the heart. And God knows hearts, and the Lord said He knows those that are His. So I can sit here and argue these guys all day long, but it ain't going to change anything. It is what it is.
I think the concept of making it too simple is like literally saying that you don't have to understand anything. Like everything can be, you turn off your brain and you just kind of don't do anything at all, you know?
I mean, to truly believe from the heart, you have to understand what God set out in His Son. You have to understand that that is your righteousness with God. I mean, you have to have that understanding. How else can you have such a heart for it? You know, how else could that even be true?
Hey, welcome back to Apara. Yeah.
These guys are just chilling, ain't they?
Yep, that's what they did. They had the old Russians, and then the Americans, Apollo.
Hmm.
They had the adapter
Oh,
because they couldn't, they used different technologies, and they got together and they shook hands. Like, it was like iconic. They shook hands through the portholes and all this kind of stuff, and
huh.
it's supposed to be a symbol of peace.
Hmm.
May I say that like
I wonder if they had to have a translator.
here's the iconic handshake.
On step 24. 52, I guess. Okay, here we go now. Okay, we got the bell.
They said the one guy was from like Kentucky or something, and or Tennessee, and he said there was like 3 languages spoken on board. He said English, Russian, and whatever he was saying.
Yeah, oh man, redneck.
I think we have that Houston Mission Control is not hearing from
Tom Stafford.
Soyuz, we promise our step 23 is completed. We are now working on step 24.
Step 24.
But that's a report from there. The temptation just to reach up there and pull that hand on, you can almost see it. There it goes.
They had to like wait for like the equalization of the whatever between the that adapter in the middle.
There they are.
Yeah, they like learned Russian for this whole thing. When they did it. It's fantastic.
They're not supposed to come over to the American side of the docking module.
I wonder if some part of them was all waiting for them to pull out a gun and just. Now we win.
Symbolically as well as actually. Floating checkpost.
Nah, I think it was all good. Yeah. Astronauts were always like Soviet astronauts. I think were always like they're always off. Like,
Come in here and shake hands.
It's readily apparent that the technical way of doing it, the checklist, isn't exactly what we do in the science fiction movies.
Please sit down, pajama. Come here, please.
Пожалуйста.
Well, I'm not camera shy, but he's delaying that entrance.
Like they got a few snakes in there, too. Yeah.
The red line skills are great. He's got a few snakes in there. He's probably talking about those umbilical cords of various kinds.
Snakes. Oh yeah, they had some problem with the cords.
Oh.
Right, that was his handshake. Yeah. I mean, too bad they had to film it with a space potato. Just film it with a Russian potato.
The next man module.
Roger, we've got a good picture of the hatch and you people inside there in our tunnel.
Yeah, so they hung out there, chilled out.
There, we got the pictures of inside the orbiting module.
I don't know what that
There's
is.
the Russian
Something
picture
from an
coming
alien
closer.
movie. That's all the cables and wires and crap.
Those are the snakes that Tom was referring to, of course, these various cables and wires for communication. There's a big blossom of light that's causing that strange.
When they're like, yeah,
there.
this picture
This is
sucks.
how I typically look when I'm fishing, too.
Yeah.
Well, Kelly, I'm gonna get off here, buddy. I've got a gender reveal tomorrow from my daughter. We're having a gender reveal party. Nobody knows what she's having yet, but they have the envelope. And I've got to get up early and
Nice.
do some stuff. Yeah. So
Very cool.
My first grandchild, if it's gonna be a boy or a girl.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna get out of here and get.
Bless you. God bless the child and all, and you know.
Amen. Yep. Yeah. The Lord's good. Amen.
Yeah.
All right, brother. You take care. And
I will.
Hopefully, I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Peace. I wonder if I should shut it down at this point. It's been like, yeah, I don't know, 5 hours. I might just play another game, get involved in another stream. Although at this point, I should, because if I stopped it now, I would change the thumbnail from the Viking probe. Although I did design the Viking probe this time, so I could keep it the same. But I would change the thumbnail to this Apollo-Soyuz test program. Let's go back to the light. Oops, see physics kicking in, making it shake. Yeah, so that's another thing with like people think this is all fake. I mean, is that part fake? Like these Russians, because I mean that kind of conspiracy would have to go so deep to think that the Soviet leaders and the American leaders like were in cahoots for their own fake program to the point where they faked this kind of, oh, we're all gonna get along. I mean, I guess they could. I mean, it's like anything's possible, except that. But you know what? I think I am just gonna keep playing this. I'm not like fire out. I don't think I'm gonna get on anybody else's stream. I think I want to finish the Viking program. So I got the Apollo-Soyuz going on. That's fine. I can put that on the thing. We're good on that. Got that under the belt. Apollo-Soyuz test program. I'm going to go get another coffee. I'm going to put on some tunes. And then it's going to be the Viking landing on Duna with what I've designed from scratch about, 4 hours ago. Oh dear. I really hate the fact that minimizes when I do that. Let's switch this. Well, I might as well put something on about Viking. That's what I'm watching now. Viking launch. We have a report on that. No audio. That's lame. Viking ship. No, we don't want that. Let's just how Viking conquered Mars. No, I want a period one. Viking launch. Upscale angles of the launch. That's pretty cool. Actually, before I do that, let's just, there should be some news reports for Apollo tests. Besides just that bad footage. There's the crew talking about it. There's radio talking about it. Really isn't any like news footage of them being like, yeah. I mean, I guess special report. Oh, all right. I guess that's what it is.
Because of the following CBS News special report, the CBS Late Movie will begin 1/2 hour from now at 12 o'clock Eastern and 11 o'clock Central Time.
What do you say, Special Bullet? How's that? Our next meeting will be on the ground.
With a final goodbye, the astronauts of Apollo and the cosmonauts of Soyuz ended their historic meeting in space. The hatches closed on 2 days of a Soviet-American harmony in space that has escaped the two nations on Earth. Apollo and Soyuz still are joined together and will remain so overnight. Still one spacecraft in orbit, but their crews will not see each other again in space. They undock tomorrow and proceed to their separate conclusions of the mission.
Я знаю, Алоша, как играть.
I know Alexei as my brother.
We all got a job to do. We've got to work together to do it right. And I think we're all going to be working together to do that.
Cooperation means friendship. Friendship means peace.
This is a CBS News special report. Apollo-Soyuz, a meeting in space. This broadcast is sponsored by Lum's Restaurants all over America. Lum's, no one else will give you more. And by Johnson Wax, makers of Shout, the heavy-duty stain remover specially made to get the tough stains out.
What would you do if your son stole home and most of the dirt around it?
I'd shout it out.
What would you do for a really tough stain like motor oil?
I'd shout it out.
Introducing Shout, the new heavy-duty stain remover. Shout, specially made to get the tough stains out. What would you do if your daughter mixed up a real mess?
I'd shout it out.
Want a tough stain out? Shout it out.
This is a professional exterminator. He's on every can of professional strength Raid to tell you that inside you get the same tough ant and roach killer many professional exterminators use. A powerful professional strength bug killer, tough enough to stop crawling bugs right in their tracks. Look for the pro on professional strength Raid ant and roach killer. It's the toughest Raid we've ever made.
Good evening. This last day of working side by side in space for the crews of Apollo and Soyuz was a busy one. Americans and Russians shuttling back and forth, conducting medical and scientific experiments, eating one another's meals, participating in ceremonies of détente. And since the propaganda of détente was an important consideration, television cameras beamed much of the activity to Earth. U.S. space officials had seen a lot of Soyuz, of course, but when cosmonaut Valery Kubasov gave astronaut Vance Brand a guided tour, the world got its first close look at the Soyuz spacecraft, almost as cramped as America's early Mercury space capsule.
welcome into Soyuz. The third hatch is used for transfer from descent vehicle. There are small folding desks in orbital mode. Cables. How do you read me? Million. Gotcha. Dimitri, yeah, that's it. The boy, the youngest, is Dimitri. You're looking family, huh? Roger, we can see them here on the TV.
Kubasov's guided tour of the Soyuz spaceship wound up with a guided tour of his homeland. With a television camera aimed out a window, the cosmonaut told Brand about the nation, passing 140 miles beneath them.
Okay, Bo, I think we're about ready to go here. Looks like we're coming up over the Black Sea. And right now, Valerian's getting in position. Got a little bit of a jetty in the cabin here for his cables and cords. He's ready to tell you a little about his homeland here, the Soviet Union, a very big country. Okay, Valeri, please go ahead.
There is nothing more beautiful than our blue planet. You will enjoy the sight of it together with us, and we shall help you explaining what floats below this spacecraft.
The path of the two spaceships during the tour took them over the Central Asia landing area for Monday's touchdown of the Soyuz and over the historic city of Stalingrad.
Place where the Volgograd city is. It was called Stalingrad before. In winter 1942-1943, German fascist troops were defeated.
The first meeting in space, somebody had to mind the store. And that somebody was Brandt, who stayed at the controls of Apollo while his two crewmates and the Russians swapped ceremonial gifts. So today, it was Brandt's turn.
Do you like to fly in Soyuz spacecraft? Конечно. Soyuz, of course, Soyuz is a good spacecraft. Very rad. Well, this is my first time in orbit. And we have found very good hospitality here aboard the Soyuz. For you to remember your stay here, I would like to present to you from the Soviet, the Russian people, Soyuz Apollo, a medal of the Soyuz and Apollo. Now you can be able to see it on your screen. The same kind of medal was presented yesterday to Stafford and Deke Slade yesterday. And today I am presenting this medal. You have children. What would you like to wish to them from?
While the spacemen share the perils of flight through a hostile environment high above the Earth, on the ground, halfway around the world from each other, the families of the cosmonauts and the astronauts share similar concerns, similar emotions. Nelson Benton reports from Houston, Steve Young from Moscow.
You know, when right after docking and the odor was detected from the docking module, did that give you any pause at all?
A little concern. But when they mentioned the masks and that they were reluctant to put them on, I thought, oh, it's all right. And
after Tom comes down from this, should Tom Stafford fly again?
I said on Apollo 10 he shouldn't, so I'm not going to make any more profound statements about what Tom should do. He'll make a good decision, I'm sure.
For me, more, it's strictly a personal kind of thing. Now, I know the value of the flight and the things that hopefully it will accomplish in working together. But again, I think it's hard maybe for other people to realize the feeling that you've actually accomplished what you've worked for all these years. And I feel like I've worked for it as hard as Vance, not as hard as he has, but you know, we've been married a long, long time, and we've gone through a lot of things together, and I feel like it's as much a triumph for both of us, because he finally accomplished the thing that he had worked so hard for.
Mrs. Kubasov, were you worried during the rendezvous and docking?
Of course I worried. It's a natural feeling to be anxious about your close ones who are taking in a very responsible and a difficult role.
Let's got my coffee.
We watched both the launch and the docking together with Lyudmila.
4 of the 5 spacemen's wives also have their own careers. Mrs. Leonov's a teacher and editor. Mrs. Kubasov's a research engineer. Mrs. Stafford is co-owner of a specialty shop. And Mrs. Brand's a decorator for a home building firm. The Russian press, for the first time watching and reporting one of their own space adventures as it happened, has put banner headlines on the Apollo-Soyuz mission. And TASS reports that a Soviet couple named their newborn twins Apollo and Soyuz. The parents are Saidimkin and Pirakbai Satyvadev. The cosmonauts will come back home Monday with their Soyuz parachuting to the steppes of Central Asia. Apollo stays up 3 days longer before splashing down in the Pacific near Hawaii Thursday afternoon.
Take a walk, walk on over to Wyler's. Walk on over to Sunshine. Walk on over to good times. Walk on over to Wyler's.
Wyler's, America's favorite lemonade mix, has been selected by NASA to refresh the astronauts on the Apollo-Soyuz mission.
Walk on over to good times. Walk on over to Wyler's.
I am crazy about Lum's gourmet burger, green peppers, mushrooms. I love the olive burger. Don't nobody move until I get my bacon burger. All Lum's burgers are cooked to order. All choice beef. Maybe Lum's will name one after me.
Say you already have, Mr. Burrow. That's why they're called hamburgers.
Lum's, no one else will give you more.
Tomorrow morning, Soyuz and Apollo will undock for a test, then rejoin, and finally separate, eventually to drift slowly out of sight of each other. The handshake flight, the first joint venture of the United States and the Soviet Union, then will be over. The basic purpose will have been accomplished, a demonstration of détente with the whole world watching. Where will it lead? Well, who knows? But for this one mission in space, the two world powers have shown they can work together, no matter how great the background of suspicion or how much their political and economic systems remain in conflict on Earth. The cost has been questioned, $225 million to the United States and about the same for the Soviet Union. And both nations certainly have problems on Earth demanding their resources. But if one believes in man's destiny ever to explore the unknown corners of his universe, to seek answers to questions he's been asking since he first looked up into the heavens, then even more costly commitments are going to be required. The flight of Apollo and Soyuz was the first step toward man's abandonment of his earthly competition in an effort to share the cost of adventures into space. For the moment, the United States is suspending that effort. This was the last scheduled flight until the first tests 4 or 5 years away of the space shuttle, a whole new generation of space vehicles. The Russians will use those years to build bigger boosters and more sophisticated spacecraft, closing the gap that now exists between their capabilities and those of the United States. This flight did not end the space race, but it may have paved the way for more cooperation, less competition in the future for the benefit of all mankind. This is Walter Cronkite, CBS News, New York.
We're going to prove that Edge lets you shave closer than the leading foam. First, listen to an unshaven face using an ordinary credit card. Now we'll shave the left side with foam, the right with Edge. With Edge's protective lubrication, we pressed harder to shave closer than foam. Now listen to the foam side. Then listen to the Edge side. Phone.
They dig some
Edge.
70s commercial.
Edge lets you shave closer than the leading foam.
Herb, I bought an air conditioner.
An air conditioner?
Not that kind of air conditioner. This kind. New Glade Solid air freshener.
What?
Conditions the air and gets rid of odors.
How do you plug it in?
You don't, Herb. It's an air freshener. Glade Solid. See, this ventilation system works continuously, so the air smells fresh and clean.
Fits in the window?
It's not an air conditioner. It's an air conditioner.
Oh, really?
New Glade Solid eliminates odors and conditions the air.
This has been a CBS News special report. Apollo-Soyuz, a meeting in space. This broadcast was sponsored by Johnson Wax, makers of New Glade Solid air freshener, and by Weiler Foods, Borden Incorporated, makers of Weiler's soft drink mixes.
Hatch 3 is open. Okay, you might tell our own emission on. I just happened to check the roll index angle that we put on, between the command module and the docking module. Roger. Yeah. In other words, the zero line is...
This is CBS.
All right, I want to make sure I don't crash into them when I come back around.
Say, do you want to...
Yeah, let's kill that. Prograde, oops, retrograde. There's my MX96 here. Okay. I don't know why I'm changing. All right, so I'm like really far down. So the thing is, I want to land them first, but I want to land them on land in the desert, which I think I'm going to be able to do just right here. So we can kill that. Hold on, why don't I just... do we have any desert? There we go. Perfecto. Let's see, that's going to take them down to 51. That will certainly have them landing in the desert. Unless they happen to land on that part of the water, which is unlikely. So I'm going to take the chance. Oh, let's see. That will definitely not have them landing in the desert. I mean, in that water. Let's execute that node. Conrad skis. Wait a second. What? I am not seeing any. I'm not seeing any parachutes. Hold up. Don't do any maneuvers. Okay. This is... Maybe it'd be interesting to just send a rescue mission up there. I could have them jump out of the ship. Well, I'm not sure if they can even do that because of the way that the ship is designed. There's no parachute. Why isn't there no parachutes on this? I should... At least I noticed that there's no parachutes on it. Alright, well, equipment failure. Unforeseen equipment failures happen. So yeah, I'll just have... We can send a something up for them to get into. Well, yeah, I'd rather just do that than so the Apollo guys. Can we at least land them? Let's see, where do they go to? There's the Soyuz. There's the Apollo. How do I, does this one even have parachutes? Watch, this one probably doesn't even have parachutes. Ugh. Of course that had to go wrong. Alright, at least this one has parachutes on it. They stayed up here for a few days, but that's fine. Let's kill this in the ocean. Add maneuvers, go down. Now that. Oops, let's go beyond that. Do it. Do it. All right, so we're going to do our backwards maneuver to decrease our orbit. Spaceflight. Excuse me. Spaceflight simulator. I think I've seen it. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Once I start playing something like this, it's like you need a really good reason to play something else. All right, so we're gonna let. Looks like we are gonna be able to land these guys, and those. So the Soyuz, I can go outside of historical stuff just because I mean, at least because I've accidentally we've had some accidents with some Kerbals before that are ahistorical, so we might as well. All right, so we're already in a spot where we're. So let's decouple this. And now we need to, well, let's go anti-normal or normal and decouple all of this stuff. Couple. Alrighty. Ready to rock and roll. These parachutes, I guess they're going to deploy. I'm so kind of, well, I'm trying not to get too perturbed about the Soyuz and their parachutes. I mean, it is what it is. All right, let's get this show on the road. Oops. All right. Now we're lost orbit. There's our other dudes. They're gonna explode soon. I wonder if I can shift over to those. That's the thingy. Is it gonna get hot enough to explode? Almost. Look at that. Oh, there we go. That's the bottom part, the command service module. Oh, hey, it won't let me switch to my dude. No. Well, the parachutes were. Can't switch anything in atmosphere. Parachutes were deploying, so they should be good to go. Oh, yeah. Did I have the thing? I think I had accidentally pressed this keyboard button that made it. Wow, it's still hot. All right. Well, let's get this rolling. The splashdown's going to be loud. All right, it splashed. All right, now can it switch to? Can't focus on. All right, again, the parachutes were set to deploy, so I assume that means that they deployed. If I can quickly then go to the tracking station and find them as they're landing through the atmosphere, I've never done that before. Yeah, I think I accidentally fast forwarded time, so I got the piece that I was following down got too far away from the part with the people in it. But again, I had the parachute set to deploy. There's that. Orbiting Kerbal. No, I don't think that's the right thing. We're certainly not orbiting Kerbal. What would that have been, though? So what is this? Technically, if the parachute's deployed, they'd still be falling through the atmosphere. See, this isn't... This is tracking station. Well, I'm not gonna... Our guys will figure it out. Our boys will figure it out down in mission control. All right, we got that. We got that. Why? Landed at Kerbal. Did they land now? But where's their ship? I don't think. Do I want to know? Would that be considered a lander now? No. That doesn't make any sense. Their parachutes were set to open. Well, we'll figure it out still. They're probably fine. We're not gonna. We'll figure it out. And meanwhile, let's get our Kerbals are on the case. Yeah, we'll notify the media as soon as we understand. We see what happened, but we're sure our boys are fine. No need to worry. Oh, there's debris everywhere. Stuff from World War II. Pieces of V2 rockets. Lewis Kerman landed over here. What's he doing over here? Game's memory is making it take too long to load up. All right, the Viking mission to Mars is next. I'm gonna do it. I designed the thing. I'm gonna land it. Come on. What does he have? Did he crash a plane? How did he get here? Oh, yeah. What is that plane? I don't remember what the symbol is. Okay. Still operate? Can I get up on it? Let's see. Climb. Have fuel? Where's the entrance? Can I get in it or no? Prime or grab? Grab? Yeah. All right, let's see. Brake. Gear brakes. Gear brakes. What is it? Oops. Torque limit. Does it just out of fuel? No. All right, the brake, turn it off, and the torque limit's got to go. Unless these are all messed up. Torque limit, just as long as it's off, then it's off. Brakes. So what is making this not go? Don't want to hit a tree. I can't remember. Am I just not remembering how to use these engines here? Or am I actually just out of fuel? Well, no, the thing has fuel. I can see a lot of fuel. Oh, there we go. Torque limit's got to be increased, not decreased. Duh. Gotta make sure it's even. All right, let's turn on some reaction wheels. Where this guy is. Come on. See how fast we can get him going before I try to. Whoa, 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 whoa. So I think I forgot I need to adjust the angles of the planes. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Is that actually a thing? Oh, crap. Oh, no. I completely forgot. I needed to change the... Alright, whatever. Needed to change the angle of the propeller, whatever it's called. Like each of the propellers have their own angle, and they will adjust your speed. That's how you actually adjust your speed. And so once you get into the air, you're going to want to change it versus when you're on the ground. I mean, I assume that's what happened. I don't know how else that plane got there other than that it actually flies somehow. All right, let's do Viking. Dun 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 dun. What? I do want to find some more 70s music or 70s, some kind of, I don't know, what kind of generic 70s music is there? I don't want to put on like, let's see. Actually, you know what? I had a whole other, what's the, I just had something up. Where did it go? Where, oh where? Yeah, it was just simply another live. It's a half hour long.
Our answer to Eddie Haskell, Kid Leon. All right, thank you.
Okay.
You get some music. I have a light and I got to read something. So you have the music after I read you.
Alrighty. Here we go.
All right.
We need our carrier rocket. Titan 3. Boom. On that is going to carry, and that's with a Centaur upper stage.
Leslie speakers or any other electronic gimmicks. It's just the man locked in battle
I believe that's, yeah. And now on the top of this, I need to merge the Viking probe along with the Viking orbiter. The Viking did have an orbiter. One. Oh wait, did I already did that. There it is. It's ready to go. Look at that guy. That thing's a monster. Let's see if it actually gets where it needs to go. Because usually when I've used these solid rocket boosters in the past on my other games, I've fused these together to make them make even a difference as far as getting something in the orbit. Like basically just clipped a whole bunch of them together. If I need to do that with these, I will. It looks like my staging. I did go through the staging. Also, let's launch it. So I did earlier make sure I was lined up with Mars, the planet, or the Duna in the game with Kerbal. I made sure I was lined up properly so that, you know, just like when we tried to line up to rendezvous with the two different ships in orbit, different orbit, different distances from the center, different distances from the sun means one's going faster than the other. Alrighty. Here's our do it. Not working. Why isn't it working? What's happening? Something is not detaching or not going. Oh wait, it looks like it's facing upside down, so something is not. I have all these weird probes on here. So let me make sure. that it's facing, like whatever it's trying to do is going to be like controlling it from the right direction. Well, I still don't know why it wouldn't have actually staged. Come on, where's a probe? Shell. Engine. Photo panel, commutron, probe. Control from there. Let's see if I control point reversed. All right, now I'm at least facing upward. Now will it let me? No. Why it's not staging properly? Let's check the oxidizer. Yeah, everything looks good. It's got to be these things. Whoa. Okay. There we go. We're lifting up. Oh. All right, we're heading up 15, 16, 17 mile apoaps, 18, 19. So we're increasing speed greatly. I think okay. I'm going to revert to flight. To launch again. I'm not sure what all that was, but I just realized I still left on the infinite propellant from those stupid missions for the Apollo-Soyuz. Because usually if I just simply run out of monopropellant for their little maneuvers, then because I screwed up, then I'll put on the infinite propellant. Just the same thing with the infinite electricity. But I don't want to do that for the entire launch. I want to see if I actually will succeed in doing this without having to cheat or anything. All right, so once again, let me have to switch this probe to get this to control it to be facing the right direction. So that's a problem still. All right, what do we got here? Am I gonna have to just simply go back and I was able to do it before. There's a probe. Control from here. All right, now you're facing upward, apparently. So, there we go. Let's see how long it takes for the fuel to. I was like, yeah, that fuel is really taking it. All right, now I see that there's and the thing is, once the fuel's running out, you're still going to go faster because you're getting lighter. So that's the other thing. As soon as the fuel runs out, this thing is super fast. That flaps already 43. Yeah, I definitely need to start kicking this thing over, or it's going to get into a crazy orbit. Right now, these boosters are ready to go. Whoa, that was that worked out interestingly. Yeah, I mean, well, No, I still need to get to... Will this at least get me in the orbit? I think it will. If this can get me in the orbit, then I'm just going to leave it like this. Although that wasn't supposed to happen like that. And we still have our Centaur, so there's still an upper stage of that. But, yeah. Still think for that too. Yeah, we're not going really fast at all, and we're not picking up speed. That's the problem. We need to get more speed. Well, let's test something. I might have to actually kick it over again. So that's not having me kick up speed. That's not going to get me into a circular orbit. Yeah, I definitely decreased it. All right, let's revert it. That's fine. Revert to launch. I mean, I was impressed with how fast that thing was going up, so I think as long as I don't screw it up. All right, let's adjust our little probe there again. Let's see to find any probe. Come on. Come on. If I see a probe. Oh, come on, this is ridiculous. That's not a probe, that's a... That was a...
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. A song called Hibernation.
Advanced module, Airstream shell, come on. Reaction wheel, can't do it from there. I mean, if I can't get to it from here... There's the parachute. It's gotta be like right around here. There we go. Control from there. And that's gonna have to switch to... Where is it? No, that shouldn't mess with it because it's at the top. Forward. There we go. Alrighty, let's try this again. Hold on, what went wrong last time? Oh yeah, I just staged at the wrong time. Hold up. These two stages. That's real bad. Yeah, okay, that's what happened. That's completely screwed up. I didn't even check on that. That's horrible. All right, so those two are going to detach at some point. I think in order to slow, yeah, well, those two are going to detach. Then we're going to have this next one up there, or that one up there, or what else we got? That all the way up there, or, so yeah, that's it. The next rocket engine is going to be the middle. And then it's going to be one in here. Okay, so that's all we did wrong is we accidentally attached this instead of these two things. All right, let's do it. I'm actually going to throttle down, save fuel when I'm going through this particular cloud, and now that it's decreasing, I'm going to throttle back up, sort of save myself some fuel. All right, these are almost going to run out of fuel themselves. Wow, come on. Why aren't they running out of fuel? What is going on? Why aren't they? Oh, they still have that little tiny bit amount? What is. Wow. Were they all running from the same. How did they literally. That's so weird. They ran out at the same time? I find that really hard to believe. I guess that's what it is. Our Apple apps is really huge. So kind of got the same issue, but I mean, I don't really know what else to do with this. I actually, I tell it to circularize right now. Circularize at a fixed time right now. 4 minutes burn time. That's crazy. I tell it to circularize at Apple apps. 4-minute burn time. I mean, this Cheetah engine is not good. So I don't know. This is where maybe those. Maybe those freaking solid rocket boosters, like they're too heavy for them to really be worth anything. Or maybe this Cheetah engine really sucks. I think there was one of those, if I recall, that I ended up replacing. Because this is just not not efficient. Doesn't seem efficient. Should we have just deployed that already? We're not even getting nowhere. At least we're speeding up. And we still have another engine, so we're probably fine. But we still got to make it to Mars. I think I did that configuration correctly with this, the shell. Now I'm looking at it and I'm like, is that correct? Because I wonder if actually the heat shield should be what's on the other side from Doesn't matter anymore now. All right, this is gonna be a second. I'm gonna be right back.
And we got an album called The Call of the Wild. And this is a song called The Call of the Wild. And I know you all have that ringing in your ear.
All right, now we're cooking. So now we got our Centaur. Oops, our Centaur stage, upper stage from that Titan. We're at Titan Centaur. Right now, I'm just equalizing our orbit. So very cool. So now after that, again, we're in the right, interplanetary transfer window to make it to Mars, aka Duna, which little pretend invisible auto struts. All right, let's get physical. Get physical. All right, let's find the planet there. Oh wait, did I? I think I launched this a little too early. Let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, I think I actually meant to go and just do a quick fast forward to make this transfer windows. This is not the proper transfer window. But I'm supposed to launch 2 of these, so maybe the other one will turn out better. Let's just see what happens. Because if it's a matter of like a couple months, I really don't care. So I know we need to be going outward. It's hitting the moon. Outward. There's the outward. Oops. Did it untarget me? Target the Duna. Set as target. Let's change. Now we can see over there the place where they were closest in. Oh, there we go. I think I just saw a conjunction point. This is where if I... Not sure. I thought I saw one. Right there I can see. That's 1 minute long. I don't know. It's cutting it rather close. I don't know. Try to add a maneuver. Got there. See there? See that? Look, we're getting very close. Very close. And we're there. Like pretty much there. Let me just see what if we can. Let's just do it. Execute it. I'm getting tired of messing around. Because we're close enough. So once we get out of the Earth's or Kerbin's orbit, I'm going to set a maneuver using the computer, the maneuver planner. Because meanwhile, we're going to have to wait for it to actually get us free. These engines are still pretty weak, even though there's 2 of them. I guess it's a matter of efficiency, how much fuel they burn as well in a vacuum. Yep, sunrise. Eat and drink coffee. Yeah, and I bet there's other stuff in the MechJeb that I could use specifically to probably set an automatic, like leaving orbit, going to the other thing, complete planetary transfer from. I mean, yeah, it's just the way I've just done it. And this is sort of just enough hands-on I mean, it's bad enough that I'm to this point, I'm just like, yeah, I'll just freely put on infinite propellant if I need to. All right, so now we are going to be leaving the orbit of Kerbal. Let's go. Now at this point, and I think in real life, we would have already calculated how close we're going to get. It's easier to do it when you're outside of the Earth's atmosphere, although it's actually more efficient to do it the sooner the better. All right, so let's roll. Goodbye. Does the map consider us outside yet? Yes. All right, now Mars. Let's change this to fine tune closest approach. So we do have an orbiter. So this means we might as well. And that has its own engine. So go ahead and boom. Now, how good is this for getting into an orbit versus, like, if we adjust this to actually something really low, like 0, remove, create, does that make it like to where you're coming within? See, it's either like all or nothing. Like, well, wait a minute, when? Push to target. Man, I might as well just do it. Because the calculated, there's a way to calculate it to where it should kind of help you. No control? What? Am I out of electricity? Electric charge? Oh dear. You know what? I knew that was going to be a problem. Here's our first cheating. Now this thing has, right, has a, what you call it? Solar panels. This wouldn't have a battery. Well, I wouldn't need it. I wouldn't be sitting around messing with around it like what I'm doing here. Anyway, this has got to, I mean, this is probably why. See if I match planes with the target. Does that make a difference? Oh boy, look at that. Closest approach, 0. So the thing is, it takes me lower. Actually, no, it does kind of take me, it's about the same. Or no, does it take me outer? Is that even within the same year 16? That is so, okay. I've noticed that this MechJeb planner is like really, oh, so now the maneuver is gonna take me 16 years. Fine tune close approach of target, approximate it, scheduled or minimize after last maneuver created. So it doesn't really give me, doesn't calculate for when. It's like, oh, within 16 years, you're gonna come within the. That's really not good. Closest approach, create node. Right here at year 16. Unless that means, hold up. It's going to hit it, then it's going to change to that. Then when it changes to that, it's going to come over here. You know what? I'm just going to save it and do it. What am I just whining about? Save. A1. .21 seconds. Not bad. It's going to be interesting when I ditch the Centaur. So I better make sure I get this right. All right, so now this is claiming... What exactly is this doing? All right, so now I'm going off there. All right, so does that mean this is actually going to happen here, or what? All right, I saved it, so let me fast forward it to this point. From here all the way to here. Warp there. Yeah, I'm not... There's a second Viking probe I'm gonna want to launch, but I can launch them a little whiles apart, because again, like I think I was supposed to have waited probably until right now to launch, where these are in the relation to each other. Matter of fact, can I stop this? So that's just probably a little bit farther from... Yeah, because there are two of them. So I want to launch two of these. Two Viking probes. I don't want to split it up, because I could, like, end this stream. I mean, it's already like freaking 6 hours. But why not launch the second one? Because I'm already, like, this is about where the planet should be in relation. So this should actually be a better thing. So I already have one, which I think is heading for this. I'm not sure this year 16. I think I'm misinterpreting that, or what? Year 16 just means year 16 in the game. I think that's what year it is. Like how many years has passed thus far in the game. So I'm going to leave that running. I'm just going to leave it attached to its Centaur, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to go back to our Space Center. Not going to revert flight, so that guy's going to go. Because again, I already saved it from A1, so I can just save it back. Now we're going to launch Viking 2. Alrighty, Viking 2. I need some more music before I start singing like a fool. And we just had this Virgin Galactic thing happen today. It's kind of interesting. Right, where's the YouTube with the music stuff? Is this it? No? Alright. Do we not have any more live stuff that's not gonna have to worry about? So that doesn't look like something I want to listen to. Duke's Flight of the Birds, 1968. Oh no. Actually, it's probably pretty good, actually. Okay. Atlanta, 1974. I think, is that what I already played? I think I already did play that. Now, what is this show? Full set, 8 minutes. Might as well. I'll find something later. Alright, let's get back to the thing. Get back to this. And we're just going to get Viking 2. Come on. Viking 2. I'm kind of curious on it. Like this one might even get there before the other one. Because can delay the angles. Although it might even, this one might be as too far as the other one was too. I guess too late as the other one was too soon. So let's Viking 2. Now I did need to change some of this. Yeah, because let's see that. These guys, and then this thing, this, and this are their own thing. Okay, that looks good. And then these things, what was the problem before? Oh, this. Then there was the notion that these were. I'm going to have to. I think I'm going to decrease the engines here. That way they don't run out at the same time as these solid fuel engines, which is kind of dumb. Pointless. Alright, let's switch to that. And we got that. Alright, that's fine. Viking 2, ready to go. Launching off. Oh, show. Alright, I hope it's not like super too loud, but matter of fact, I don't know if that's gonna. Let's just switch this to something.
Leslie West, a former member of, and they start the songs
Nope.
Beside the Sea.
Nope. Alright, we need. That's the 1981. Nope. Can't do the 80s yet. Man, I'm trying to find just like a live show that's. Let's see, that's 70s. Grand Funk Railroad. I could Shea Stadium. I could just have an album out. Alright, we're just gonna keep it really low and I'll try to like talk like big time. Alright, let's do this. Alright, chumps, let's do this. Leroy. Now again, why did that was it like attached to like, solid fuel is one thing. But this. Oh look, this hardly has any fuel in it. What is up with that? It's already like mostly empty. Why did I have it like that? That's interesting, but no. That's why I had an issue there. Revert to assembly. Now that was originally a Titan 2. Converted from a Titan 2 for the what you call it missions, the Gemini missions. That's why. So I must have removed some of the things because otherwise, I think the engines were so strong it was throwing them into like 600-mile orbits, or 600-mile by like 70-mile orbits. So I had to yeah. Let's increase that fuel for that, and I can still decrease that anyway. All right, so that's that. Let's see, this is good here. Yeah, this is still, I think, we'll probably get the stream messed down for what it's doing there. Let's change something else. Oh, I'm so horrible on 70s stuff as far as like what was actually like quintessential 70s music. That's not like something like completely commercial, which is pretty sad, I know. I mean, the Amboy Dukes is one thing, but hold up. Let's try. It's the 70s. Yeah, we got that. Rod Stewart. Well, I already did this once, but I'll do it again. BBC sessions. All right. So rolling back on this. All right. So why did I switch this back here? Oh yeah, that the fuel lines. This was also doing this. Look at that. That's already underneath too. So I must have had some real trouble with this engine being efficient. So now I can just fill it up with fuel now, like I didn't have it before, and see if I can launch properly. Because that's some change. Because assuming I just took it out because I didn't really need it, because the what you call it, Gemini program, yeah, wasn't. But this is the Titan 2, not the Titan. I mean the Titan. That was the Titan 2, not the Titan 1. I mean the Titan. There you go. This is the Titan 3, not the Titan 2. We're launching things to Mars, not merely in orbit. All right, we're gonna do it. Oh, this backwards probe problem. Still a problem. It makes sense why, actually. All right, cool. Control from. All right. We are launching. Now I know there's news footage of this thing launching. I probably should put that on instead of. I mean, any stuff. It's fine. Oh, yeah, because I can't throttle. I can throttle this down and still be going up and not be taking my fuel down. Like, why is the... That's crazy. Right. I'm gonna put these engines way down. But what are these? That's one. That's both two of them. I'll put them way up when I detach these boosters. Alrighty, what's my Apollo-Apps is 100. Doesn't even need to be this high. I can just throttle it all the way down. Patch those boosters. Roll out. Yeah, I can that. Now I can move this. I mean, I'm already in an orbit of 180, so I really need to chill out. I mean, the circularization. I mean, this is fine. I can see that I'm still decreasing this. I'm not increasing in speed, which is a problem. But the circularization and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so what is all this? Let's just double check. Alright, that Apollo-Apps is decreasing. Apps is not really. Alright, this is actually starting to make me nervous. Circularize. All right, a 5-minute circularization.
That's really good. That's You're My Girl. I don't want to discuss it. And that's incidentally on Rod Stewart's second LP, Gasoline Alley, American copy, which fell into my hands.
Sorry, I don't have the fuel thing going on. Okay, good.
The rest of the band, although it's his own LP, with the exception of Mac, which says in sleeves it's not available due to a burn strike. But on the Faces, first and so far only LP called First Step, find it.
I wonder if these are any good. Nope, these are actually claimed. Allman Brothers, of course they are. Okay, stuff. See, this stuff sounds too much like the album stuff. But I don't want to mess around. Live in England? 1971, Rod Stewart, 1970. I mean, is this all I can find? Okay. What's going on with this? Are we achieving orbit with this slow ride? This must be like a do-over with like this rocket, at least this upper stage. Upper stage is awful. It's just, it seems very slow. The fact that it's slow, it must be inefficient. But it seems to be getting the job done. And the fuel, it's just a matter of fuel efficiency. But yeah, this thing just needs to get us to it's yeah, I think as I'm looking at this ain't gonna work. Well, we'll see. Is it gonna the heat shield? Is this heat shield gonna be too small? Uh-oh. How did I miss that? All right, well, we'll see. We'll try it. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Then the subject of this stream will be the Apollo-Soyuz, not this. Oh wow, it's just failing. It's just not even going to make it to orbit because of this stupid, weak engine. I mean, this is going to start heating up in a minute. This thing is certainly doesn't have a lot of time to. I mean, at this point, should be destroyed. Probably would have been better off just separating this stage. Oh man, this rocket system sucks. This Titan 3 is a complete failure. Alright, we got one thing in the orbit, but it wasn't optimally. And now this is a millions of Kerbal dollars wasted. We gotta need everything. Before it kills somebody. Alright, well, do I want to finish because, I mean, there's the one. I mean, so if I'm going to diverge from a timeline, might as well just try to land the other one, just to test it out and see if this monstrosity that I made is even going to make it into the thing. Because I might have to redesign the whole thing anyway. So, should I revert this flight now? If I hit the tracking center, what does it say? Cannot be saved. Leaving it now will set you back to the last save state, which was oh, so I guess I should just let it everything just be destroyed. There's our what's left of the well, hurry up with the destruction. The heating isn't heating up enough. It's starting to get there, but it's not fast enough. It's still slowing down too quick. Alright, so I'm just going to try to land the one. So from doing this, because if I just end up landing one of these Vikings, then you know, because there's other missions where it's like they failed, but I'm always like, well, should I just do it? Because you know it failed, and just should I try to do it anyway? But because this one failed, I'm just gonna leave it like that. But because they launched two of them, but I think I'm gonna try to just. Alright, so at least I'm gonna try to land this one. So I can just go back and try. I mean, I might still try to do another one later, but not tonight. But I want to at least try to land this thing on Mars. If possible. I need to plug this in. Hold on. All right. Let's get this guided to Duna. It's not going to... Sorry about that. Let me mute again. So it's not going to be classified as... What time is it? 3:40. Well, this ain't going to go much longer. It's either going to land or it's not going to land. So let's take a look. We are going to go to about... Let's just warp there right now. Do it. Quickly. Well, actually stop. It looks like it is going to go across there at this time. So I should be able to tell it where... You know what? I'm going to disconnect that. We don't need that anymore. We have our main guy. Well, that's kind of lame that that's attached to that still. And the wrong end. That's right, because that's probably why those are attached. If I activate that engine, control from there. All right. I don't have long to make sure I'm going to do this right. Let's just do it. Let's just warp there. All right. Am I actually near the planet or not? Let's see if I say match. No, not match. Closest approach within. Well, I think I already did 200 miles. So basically when I do that, I'm going to have to, let's see, warp there. We're going to have to get into orbit. It's as simple as that. Because we have an orbiter. All right, there we go. Look at that. So we are going in within, there we go. Now Viking landed equatorially. So right now, right, so at this point, we're going to separate when we get about what, right here. Let's warp right there. How are we going to pull off the separation and the orbiting? Well, we can orbit from here. All right, so we're getting closer to the Mars planet with our little dudes. There it is. And there's the moon. We can... I mean, that engine and that, I mean, that's going to have to explode. That's all there is to it. We're going to have to explode that off of there. Right, so is that it? Am I where I need to be? I already have all these probes around it. Alright, if I separate it now, let me just separate it really. Because right now I'm already landing in the planet. So this is fine. This is what I want. But I need to change that. I need to correct that soon. After the separation. Which means I need to go out and then do an orbit after the separation. All right, so let's do that here. Warp. All the way closer. All right, that's close enough, I guess. All right, so let's separate our payload. Goodbye. Now we are going to be an orbiter. This doesn't look much like. Well, I mean, it has the things, but. So we need to make sure this engine is enabled. All right, so that's going off towards Mars. And this needs to correct itself in its orbit. Now, if I control this from here, I need to make sure that this is actually facing right direction when I make this do its corrective orbit. Now, does this have monopropellant? Yes, it does. Let's test out what it's going to do. So if I look at its orbit right now in relation to Mars, very. All right, let's do this. This is what we need to do. Add a maneuver to do this out of that, and then add a maneuver to do this to actually get our orbit. Boom. Circular. Oh wow, that's not even enough time, or not enough. That's pretty bad. Let's try this again. Hit that way. I believe we need to do it sooner. Execute the node. So I think this is because it's backwards. Where's the thing? I think it's not going to activate. Oh, it is. Do I have the thing on? What did this just do? Did it actually do it? All right. Do I have I don't have infinite propellant on. Why was it red like that? It's interesting. All right. What happens if I try to do? So I need to get back over to the other thing. If I try to get in orbit. This is terrible because I'm gonna have to. Where's the other dude at? I need to get over and land the other guy. So I'm gonna have to time this perfectly. This is negative 10 minutes from now is when I'm in periaps. When I'm completely out is 35 minutes from now. So 10 minutes, between 10 and 20 minutes. I really need to Duna 3, Viking 1. All right, is this me? Switch to. So there's my guy that's going to land. So let me see when how long it's going to take him to land. Is the question. Do I need to go over and orbit the orbiter first? Exactly. Duna is Mars. All right, so this guy is coming in, and he is going to hit in 10 minutes exactly. Looks like. All right, so yeah, we're gonna have to land before we go into orbit, and then we're gonna have to switch and make sure we orbit the orbiter. The orbiter, otherwise it's gonna just leave the planet. Right, so we're gonna fast forward through this. Now the problem is, like, stupidly, I made this bigger than the heat shield, so it's quite possible. It's quite possible this is just gonna explode.
Howdy ho.
Hey, good evening.
Hey, I was just ending my stream. Going on a bunch of shenanigans and stuff. What's this all about?
Shenanigans, eh?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. It's unlisted, so yeah, I'll give you the link if you want to see it. Yeah.
Want to see it? Like, see your stream?
Yeah, if you want, if you're like curious enough about it. It was just I guess there were some things said that warranted it being privated. So I made it privated. So not privated, but unlisted. So it's not privated. So if you have a link, so if you have a notification, you can still click on it. But yeah, I figure that's only fair. I don't want to necessarily private it. But yeah.
What kind of well, you know, was it that what like
Okay. Do
privated
you want
by
to know?
like, automatically?
No, by me. By me. I chose to. Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah. If you want to know, I could always present the question to you. But it was a sensitive subject in the question that made it kind of go private.
Nah, I mean, I don't really.
All right, cool.
Are there
It's a
still
good
people
kid.
over there on it?
Oh no, I just ended it. Yeah, I think there was someone in the backstage, like, but I don't recall. Midnight and someone, I think someone else. But yeah, I was there with like Sorb and Hillary's emails, and I think Brojo. There was a whole bunch of people at one point. Then they all kind of left at one point or another. The night, you know how nights transgresses, people go to bed and all that, get busy.
I mean, did it get like hostile or just get kind of weird?
Oh no, just kind of get guess people just went on their own thing. It wasn't entertaining enough. Wasn't anything bad. I thought it was pretty entertaining. Like I said, it was long, but yeah.
Yeah, I think,
drinking stream and more or less. So yeah.
yeah, I saw your title was something that I had seen earlier, or because I had heard what I think are some fireworks. Probably
Yeah.
fireworks.
That's the whole point, because it's fireworks season. Is it fireworks or gunshots? Gunshots is because I live in the ghetto, and sometimes they pop off gunshots instead of fireworks. Like, is it a gunshot or a firework? And then Irenix like had fireworks going off throughout the whole stream. So I was talking about over here, there's not that much fireworks. Usually it's popping off. It's crazy. Talking how bad the economy is, because of it. Usually everyone has fireworks going off, and there's barely any. That's kind of sad. Although I'm thankful because I don't really like all the popping noise. It freaks me out and all that. But yeah.
Yeah,
What
there's
game?
an area around me where people come, like usually during summertime, and just freaking just wail off on guns, just because it's like kind of away from where police usually are.
I get that. Yeah. What game is this?
Kerbal Space Program.
Yeah, I don't think I have that. I was hoping it was like Universe Sandbox or something like that. I forget the game I have. It's called like Sandbox something. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm about to fast forward this because I'm pretty sure this is just going to burn up in the atmosphere.
Is it a probe going into like Mars?
Yeah, pretty much.
Ah.
As far as like the game itself is like a physics simulator.
Well, that's cool.
But I didn't even kind of think about, like, I don't know why I stupidly made this fairing like wider than the heat shield right here. Which means as soon as it starts heating up, this whole thing's probably going to explode. Although I don't know, maybe it won't. Then I made a second one of these, launched it, and that was destroyed. There we go. I mean, this thing is going at such speeds at this point because the atmosphere is so thin that a parachute won't even. But despite the thinness of the atmosphere, it's okay. We're slowing down already. We're not heating up to the point where we're going to explode, so probably survive.
There's presumably people in the simulation, right? And like the spacecraft, right?
No, this is supposed to be the unmanned Viking probe.
Ah. Not even a test monkey like that? That's kind of unfair. Nice play.
All right, I see a problem. It's going way too fast to but didn't slow down quick enough.
Nope, ended up crashing.
I have to put some thought into that. Man, that sucks. Because I sat there and designed the thing about 5 hours ago from scratch. Although the landing system, wonder if I can make these. Yeah, that's no good. Well, they say Mars is difficult. All that stuff is just destroyed. I planned that other stuff on Mars. That was like the most sophisticated thing. It's just a matter of how to get it to. I mean, the parachute. See, now I'm like wondering, can I load a? Nah, it's gonna be too late. It's already auto saved. Probably it's over. It's done with. I mean, earlier I did the Apollo because I'm trying to do it in like historical order. So earlier I did the Apollo-Soyuz test mission or test project. And this is the two Viking probes. And eventually I'm going to have to build this space shuttle and then build the International Space Station. I mean, I also have some. I mean, right now they're in the 70s and 80s. I mean, I'm going to have some. I'm going to have some steady Russian space stations to build because they build space stations like every year, or every 2 years, or something like a new space station.
Yeah, that's cool.
This person says, "How do you get to Duna?" To get to Duna, if you look up planetary transfer calculator, let me find the right page, and it'll show you the degrees that the planet needs to be in for you to set off for it to be the best optimal. I know I had it up. Let me just look it up here. KSP Interplanetary Calculator. Illustrate it. Here's how you get to Duna. You have to have it within a 44-degree angle assuming you're in 100-kilometer parking orbit around Kerbal. Yeah, but this game, it's because earlier, like, well, not earlier. I mean, like years ago or a month. Like at this point, like I started like just kind of playing it. Like it's originally for like space, but they had like propellers and stuff like that. So then I started making like World War II planes and then making like bombers.
That's pretty dope. Yeah.
And then you can do like the big, just kind of make stuff from scratch.
Huh.
It's pretty neat.
I don't know if I'd had the patience for this game. I'd probably be like, I don't know what I'm doing. Give it up in like 2 seconds, to be honest. Like it's like with like Minecraft. Like everyone knows how to do Minecraft, and I can barely sit to learn how to play the game. And it's like, ah.
Yeah, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, it has like a career mode where you click on the class, like the astronaut school, and it'll be like, oh, go to, kind of walk you through the like different stuff that you can do. I think like because there's a new one that just came out, like Kerbal Space Program 2. But I mean, as far as I can tell, the features are like there's stuff that's come out in part 1 that just still blow 2 out of the water. The main difference in 2 seems to be just the graphics. Like, I don't even think they had clouds still.
I like how they have the little people walking. It's pretty cool. Bobbling there.
Yeah, I just had built one of these jets.
That's pretty cool.
Like just kind of from scratch. I just had these. Here's all your parts for this.
Oh wow, shit.
That's just like for cockpits.
Sorry for cussing if that's not allowed. I mean to.
Yeah, I would, if you keep it to a minimum, that'd be cool.
Sorry
I mean,
about
like having an emotional.
No, it's alcohol and youth and all that. I'm just different, age groups and all that. Sorry about that. I just realized the Christian channel and all that, so I apologize. I'm used to being on atheist channels, they don't give a flying F.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I made a couple of the videos for like the different like types of World War II planes. And then once I got to the jets, and that's where it was just kind of like, all right, like now at this point everybody's making jets. There's so many different jets.
So like when you make the jets, can you like also pilot them for yourself or like in a simulation or no? You just go on their own.
Like you could do an entire you can basically build like the Apollo program out of parts, or your own version of the Apollo program, or your own version of any kind of like the Russian lunar program that did.
So if you had like a
you could do it from the cockpit the whole time.
If your console, because obviously it's running off PC, but if you had like the how do you call it, the cockpit controller, like the Atari stick thing, like you could. Oh, that's so cool. And so you could do it like that with the controller module, just as you could with an Xbox controller as well.
Yeah,
I can know that. Oh, that's cool.
Pretty sure you could. I mean, all the stuff I just put on to make it look like this particular 1970s plane. I mean, but the pilot on there, there's.
He's just a little guy. He's like, "Rah, the guys."
I think I might just be able to land it. Yeah, I still have all these parts over there from the World War II stuff. Yeah, If you ever look at the playlist, I have I made like a 20-minute long like battle between a P-51 Mustang and like a Messerschmitt 109 or whatever, and I added like all this like epic music and stuff. I also made like a MiG. It's kind of in doing it kind of, and it gets it's like it's educational because every time I like, got to like
Right.
a new thing, someone's like, all right, I just want to read what they did in history. And then
Yeah,
kind
it'd be. I
of,
love the cool shit. It's like an engineer's dream in a sense. Like if you'd want it to be, it'd be like constructing. Like it'd be cool to have a game like this for like, also with like cars and shit, or and stuff. I'm sorry. Um, so that yeah, you can learn the components and all that. It's so cool. Like to me, like I was thinking of like could you imagine if if the same aspect of this game where it teaches you all the components, all the parts that's needed to fly this craft, and put that the same logic behind that with things like as common as like office setting simulators, work like work simulators and like paperwork simulators and all these other things for learning techniques that uh can help people develop instead of like having to rely on books and all that in a sense, so to speak. Books will manuals will still be needed to some degree, but yeah, I think it'd be cool like started learning things to like this dimension. Not in a sense of I mean dimension in a sense like in real life components as well, like learning it through games, but also with like in real life components. That would be radical.
to an extent, it would work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually because I would never like necessarily want to get on an airplane for like any reason. Like, I have like total fear of airplanes and all that kind of stuff. But after after actually like sitting there and like messing with this, it's kind of like, all right, I guess it makes sense like how planes work to where like, all right, even if the engine failed at like like 50,000 feet, like it's you're still you're still like have like physics. You're still in the hands of physics, which means like unless the plane's
Right.
wings
Yeah.
fell off, like you're probably fine.
All right.
Wonder how fast I can get this thing to.
That's a flat Earth, man. Don't let them fool you. I better not say that. Next thing you know, you're having like captions on your stream and stuff.
This is the propaganda. Whoops.
There's not enough propaganda.
Oh, we're breaking the sound barrier. Okay, there's no sound for it. Can we pull up? Whoa. Yeah, there isn't even like the vanilla game for this doesn't even have clouds. Like a lot of
Uh,
this is straight up relying on mods.
that's crazy.
It's just like, well, I mean, it works, but it
Yeah,
is
mods are good for
the
those
way of
reasons. Oh yeah.
it is the way of things now.
But all right, I'm gonna head to sleep. I just wanted to stop by and see who all was live and community and all that. But yeah, I'll talk to you later, man. God bless.
Hey man, God bless you. Have a good weekend. Be safe.
You too.
Alright, I have a feeling this engine's going to explode when it hits the ground, and it's going to blow up the entire plane. I'm actually not coming in. Need room to slow down. Where did I get the gears? Pull it up. And I'm not slowing down. I knew that was going to happen. EVA. Let's see what others do, boys. I don't think you can get mods for Xbox. I don't think you can. There might be some. I mean, I think there might be. I wouldn't be surprised if you had to buy them. There's like mods for sale on the Xbox. Because they actually just, when Kerbal 2 came out, they must have got bought by some company, because like now there's like a new launcher. Usually with the launcher, that's like, they build in some way that you can purchase some kind of extra stuff. Yeah, I wanted to make some more planes. They were fun. I wonder if I have the any of these, what you call it, this X-15. Let's see if this will work, because I'll know right away if this thing is suited to actually make it farther than 10 miles up, so I can release the rocket plane. Yeah, this game's like, I guess that's technically some kind of memory leak. The longer you play it, it's because it's keeping some records of something. 8 hours, 7 hours. All right, yeah, I should be ending all this pretty soon. Oh, look, we got people. All right, do we have anybody in here? Transfer to there. Control from there. And do that. Didn't activate that engine. I don't think it's gonna work. Should have did this for the desert. For another thing. If it's in the desert, I can go a little farther. And I don't remember if this was like, literally the one that works or not. Looks like no. This is gonna like Dumbo trying to take off. No. No. It's not gonna. Oh. Okay. I guess that wasn't the right one. Oh no. Turn off the engine. Alright, I'm gonna with that I'm gonna leave it. Alright. Anybody that may be watching this at any point in time, God bless you. Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. Have a very great weekend. Stay safe. Take care. See you.